energy conservation building codes. We just have 26% countries who are actually making it mandatory. Then we know that every 5 days we are adding the floor space as large as Paris city. So this is the urbanization that we are talking about. And even in India, we all know that because of affordable housing for all and the growth in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, the housing and building and construction is becoming a very important subject to deal with. As per the emission goals to achieve the Paris Agreement, UNFCCC Marshalls Partnership for Global Climate Action Plan predicts that by 2030, the built environment should halve its emission, whereby 100% of new buildings must be net zero carbon in operation. So if we have to achieve the targets of emissions set by Paris Agreement, 100% of new building must be net zero carbon in operation. And to make it happen, we'll have to focus on embodied carbon as well as operational carbon. Embodied carbon not just look at operational carbon, but it also look at a holistic approach right from the production of the material to the construction, to the use at the site, and then the end of the life. So whole building life cycle approach is very important when we talk about decarbonization in building sector. We all know that building sector is a very fragmented sector, and there are a lot of organized and unorganized players. So we need to bring them all on one platform, and we need to have a global coordinated and cooperation approach in order to decarbonize the building sector. With this objective, Global Alliance for Building and Construction was launched in COP15 in 2015 and COP21 in 2015, and now there are around 280 members under the Global ABC, and the objective and vision of Global ABC is a zero emission, efficient and resilient buildings and construction sector. Global advocacy act as a catalyst for action, support government and countries in setting priorities and measures based on their situation, support the private sector with priorities and strategies towards building decarbonization and resilience. So building resilience is another very important topic, looking at the long-term perspective of the buildings and taking right step right at design and construction. So Global ABC is promoting partnerships. We are promoting peer-to-peer learning. We are supporting different countries in adopting best practices. We are doing policy advocacy. And all these things are contributing a lot to the sector. With this, I think I'll stop because we have very limited time, and we have a panel discussion, and we need to listen more about what are the challenges in India to promote sustainable building materials and sustainable building construction practices. And I would just like to end with saying that we are starting a new project in India which is focused on built environment and integrating the embodied carbon into the built environment. And for this, we have development alternatives and CEPT University as our partners, and we would like to welcome all the people and the stakeholders working in this area to support this project, and we collaboratively work towards decarbonization of building sector in India. We are also supporting Bureau of Energy Efficiency in upgrading the energy conservation codes and integrating embodied carbon as a chapter into these codes. So with this, I will end, and I will hand over to Reena. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Very interesting, and just so gives you an insight about how the buildings is a heavyweight in terms of environment and climate. We didn't talk about resource, but I just wanted to give a few insights before to begin the roundtable on the on the economic and social question. Building is also 7% of employment. It's 200 million jobs. It's between 11 and 13% of the global GDP, and you know that real estate is half the global wealth. So it's a real heavyweight in terms of economics also. So we are going to have a roundtable on international cooperation. Of course, buildings is a question of households. It's billions of unique decisions. It's family. Building is family. So what do we have to do with this at this level, global level? We are here at the G20, at the CEM, discussing with the governments, and how do we land? How do we better cooperate? Our conviction is that this is going to happen only if this cooperation is very solid and very, very, how do you call it? Solid in English? Well, the word is missing in English. So I would like to invite the distinguished panelists we have, Amerinda Baisley, who is Head of International Industry and Buildings for the UK government. Amerinda, would you come? Thank you. Mrs. Paola Pigno, who is Director for Energy Efficiency at the European Commission. Mr. Sharif Kamar, the Associate Director on Transport, Urban Governance Division of the at TERI. And Ravi, President of Danfoss India. So maybe we can directly begin with Amerinda. Amerinda, the Breakthrough Agenda was launched at COP26 in Glasgow. Given that the UK is at the origin of the Breakthrough Agenda and supporting countries of the buildings breakthrough, why is international cooperation on building decarbonization so critical? And what steps has taken UK towards the decarbonization and resilience of buildings, and how you collaborating already with other countries? Can you enlighten us on that?
Certainly. So just to start with some UK context, in 2021, direct greenhouse gas emissions from buildings accounted for around 20% of the UK's territorial emissions. And we've decreased these GHG emissions from buildings by 19% from 1990. But clearly, we have a very long way to go if we are to keep our 1.5 degree goals within reach. And I think that the challenges to decarbonizing buildings are not ones that the UK is facing alone. Some of the challenges for us are around scaling up clean heating, improving our existing fabric of existing buildings to improve efficiency and resilience, and also deepening our understanding of the accounting of emissions across a building's full life cycle. And so this is really why we need to work together, and herein lies the power of international collaboration. And this is really where the heart of the Breakthrough Agenda was born. At COP26, we had 47 world leaders come together to support this new approach to sectoral transition. And the Breakthrough Agenda provides a framework and a process for countries to coalesce behind a set of priority actions, and ties this to an annual reporting cycle to make sure that we're driving progress each and every year. And this is why the UK is really pleased to be supporting the buildings breakthrough, and we're really excited to see the leadership of France and the Kingdom of Morocco in collaboration with the Global Alliance of Buildings and Construction to extend the breakthrough agenda to such a critical sector like buildings, which the world really needs to start turning its attention to. And we're also looking forward to the 2023 Breakthrough Agenda report, which will include a chapter on buildings and setting out a set of recommendations for the priority areas which countries should start working together to take forward. In terms of what the UK is doing domestically, within this parliament, we're spending £6.6 billion on energy efficiency and low carbon heating. And we're looking to almost double this across the next 5 years. We're also working on targeted regulations, market-based mechanisms to reduce costs and increase investment and really strengthen our supply chains. And we've also committed to exploring how we can improve embodied emissions reporting as part of our public construction projects as well. On the international scale, where the UK is proud to be co-leading the steel breakthrough alongside our partners in Germany, which is another critical part of unlocking the building's decarbonization puzzle in terms of decarbonizing critical construction materials like steel and cement. We've also been working closely with partners in Scotland and Denmark to run the Clean Heat Forum in collaboration with the Global ABC as a really effective policy sharing space for governments to come together to discuss clean heating policy and implementation. We're proud supporters of the CEM-14 initiative to accelerate the development of energy efficient appliances. And we're also funding we're working with partners through the IFC EDGE program and the Market Accelerator for Green Construction to really scale up the development of green construction and green buildings in developing countries and emerging markets.
Thank you, Marinda. Mrs. Paola Pinho hasn't got an easy job. If we're going to double globally the build surface from now to 2060, 80% of what is going to be built in 2060 in the OECD countries is already built, and 80% of what is going to be built in 2060 in the non-OECD country is not built, meaning that in Europe, all countries, most of the buildings are built. And so the job of Paola Pinho is to convince us to retrofit mostly our buildings and to have ambitious targets on new buildings. But in some way, if you're here, you're probably professionally linked to the building sector, and you know that it's easier to better build before than to retrofit afterwards. So, Paola, the European Commission has set ambitious energy efficiency and renewable energy goals for 2030, and a goal to decarbonize EU's building stock by 2050. What are the latest EU policy framework developments in relation to energy performance of buildings, and how is the Commission facilitating the cooperation between countries to achieve these goals? And what do you think are the benefits of international cooperation at this regard? I give you the floor for that.
Thank you very much, Yves Laurent, and thank you for the opportunity of being here. So you gave me a big task of convincing, so I'll start by trying to convince this audience on a Saturday in an early morning, and it's indeed not an easy task. Raoul had already mentioned that buildings represent 36% of the global final energy consumption. Within Europe, it's even more. It's 40% of our EU energy consumption. So the potential of buildings to decarbonize the whole energy system is huge and is really still very much untapped. But as Yves Laurent was saying, when it comes to what can be done about it, it's really not easy. And we are working on different tools. Of course, first of all, legislation, right? So this is a strong tool at EU level. Try to have a harmonized set of rules whereby we distinguish precisely between existing buildings and the construction of new buildings. And the existing buildings is really the big share of the volume of the challenge. So what we're doing is we have now currently being negotiated with the member states, with the European Parliament, the so-called European Performance of Buildings Directive, where we have two main objectives. On the one hand, accelerate the pace of the renovation of existing buildings, because again, it's really where we see so much consumption of energy and wasted energy going into. And the other is for every new building, make sure that by 2030, new buildings are really net zero, so that we really have the distinction between existing and new buildings. And to do that, so we have the so-called minimum energy performance of buildings, and we're trying to tackle the worst performing buildings at this stage, and saying that we need to bring the performance of those worst performing up. Also, because it's not just a question of emissions, it's also a question of well-being, it's a question of health, and finally, it's really a question of the bills. And because very often what you see is that it's the poorest of society who live in the worst insulated buildings and who end up having to pay bigger bills precisely because where they live does not offer the proper conditions. So we're trying to tackle the lowest performance buildings, have minimum energy performance, and saying that all the very low-hanging fruits, we need to bring them up. And we have a scale and say, okay, but ideally, every building would need to come to the next best performing class in terms of energy efficiency. At the same time, we have also other types of legislation, such as eco-design, which is looking into the interior of the building and saying that, for instance, we should start phasing out fossil fuel boilers, and again, for new installations, prioritize, for instance, heat pumps. So it's really then also working on the interior of the buildings. Now, legislation, as said, is one tool, but it needs to come also with financial incentives, and especially because it's not easy, and we know renovation is costly, and you need to bring along also those who may not be able to afford these renovations. So we have now really unprecedented financial means, which were triggered first by COVID, where we have, through the so-called Next Generation EU, really gathered unprecedented financial means, and which are now going really to a very large extent into the renovation of buildings. We estimate that within the European Union, we will have, for the next 3-4 years, about 55 billion euro going into renovation of buildings. Why is this? So member states were asked to, were given financial assistance, but saying, okay, but you need to invest this financial means by 2026. And the good news is that, of course, when it comes to renovation of buildings, this is something where you can see benefits very, very quickly, and where you can have the investments in a short term. So you don't need, it's not about investing in a new wind farm, which would take many years to materialize. So we do hope that there's a huge momentum also on the financial side. But that's not enough. Then we also need, of course, to provide technical assistance. So we're really combining the legislation, the financial tools, and the technical assistance. And last but not least, and we cannot underestimate the role of the skills And the worst thing would be if we have indeed very good regulatory framework, good and ambitious legislation, if we have the financial means, if we have the willingness of the users to do the renovations, and at the end we do not have the workforce. So that's always a work stream where we insist we also need to be working together. And in terms of how to do it also internationally, as said, this is a global challenge where we can really work together, where we can identify standards which are applicable across the world. Now, buildings, of course, they're not circulating, right? We also see it within the EU. Of course, there are geographical specificities which apply to the buildings, but you can develop common building standards, and therefore cooperation, exchange of best practice, as we are doing through precisely the UNEP-hosted Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, but also through the energy efficiency hub, the buildings part within the IEA, for instance, are extremely valuable tools where really we can work together on addressing these common challenges.
So you see we're in good hands in Europe. Obviously, governments and public policies are leading because everybody needs to pave the way for the long term, and the private sector needs visibility for long-term investment. But public policies is not enough. We're not going to succeed this without many partners. This was the very first idea of the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction. Architects need engineers, engineers need finance, finance need developers, developers need mayors, mayors need public policies, public policies need sufficiency from the users, and we all need engineering. Everybody needs everybody, and this transition that is very complicated, as I say, is not going to happen without this cooperation. So with this, I turn to Sharif, because, as I said, governments is important, cooperation, but then civil society is also very important, and private sector, of course, to drive effective action. So what role do training and research institutions, think tanks, and related networks need to play to accelerate the transition to net zero emission and resilient buildings? Can you give us your insights?
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I think it's a great burden that we have as research organizations sitting between the industry and the government policymakers, providing solutions to both the industry as well as policymakers from both policy as well as technical inputs. I'd begin with a small note in terms of there is an advertisement in Indian digital market from a cement company mentioning about the importance of building a house. You know, the tagline is you only build a house once in your lifetime. And that's very important to look at, and therefore becomes very important to discuss about clean solutions in the building sector particularly. Now, Terry has a sister organization called Griha, which is a rating agency in India. And proud to mention that Griha rated the new parliament building that was inaugurated a few months back in India, in Delhi. So that's an accomplishment, I would say, from the Griha side. We have been working with multiple agencies, and as I mentioned, in the private sector as well, we have a Mahindra Terry Center of Excellence, working of building materials, testing building materials, new building materials, innovative methods to build buildings. And that is an NABL lab that also we have in Gurgaon, and I invite you all to be there in case you are there in Delhi as well. Well, the research organization, the think tanks have an important job, as I mentioned earlier, both in terms of tracking the commitments made and events like this, to getting it implemented and actions being taken. So we track the results and the commitments as well. In terms of innovations, we need to understand about the life cycle analysis, the embodied energy of materials that we discussed. And it's not only about the buildings, but also the construction, which together accounts for more than 37-38% of. One challenge that we have, and in terms of the coefficient for these embodied energy and the materials, is we need to have country-specific, at least for developing countries, because the method of producing these materials change. I think it's important to have country-specific embodied energy coefficients, which will help us understand the materials component very clearly. Also from the energy, of course, energy consumption from the building side is really high. So you need to look at materials which conserve and reduce energy consumption, including the glass, the glazing products that we have in the market right now, including the cement, as well as the lighting systems. How do you have natural lighting integrated in the buildings infrastructure? I will end with one last point in terms of the challenge that we have. In the urban sphere, we have, we are talking about largely from the urban cities perspective. And the rural sector is something that is copying what is being done in the urban sector. And therefore, we need to have that outlook of, having the rural sector as well included in our discussions. How do we have solutions, green solutions for the rural sector as well, and just not copying the what is happening in the the cities, and then end up with a heat island in the rural sector as well. So something on that topic should also be discussed and thought about and deliberated as well. I'll end here, and I understand in terms of the time perspective, but I'll be happy to interact with the audience as well later on in the discussion. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Of course, the question of the rural sector is a question, and maybe we'll have time to come back to very simple solutions. Not every solution has to be complicated. We were talking, there was a cooling question, session about cooling, and we were talking about very simple solutions like, if maybe you know that in Tunisia, at some point, the Romans were building, the Romans, 1,000 years ago, were building house under the ground in the desert to be able to better. Well, that's maybe what we're going to have to do in France, I know, as the GAG travel, climate, the weather travels also, and maybe solutions can travel also. But to be more serious, maybe we, as I said, we are not going to succeed in that without major investments and without major implication of the private sector. So I'm turning to Ravi, who's president of Danfoss India. How, Ravi, can the private sector work with governments to advance targets set for building sector? And in your opinion, what can policymakers do to facilitate engagement from the private sector in accelerating the transition to net zero emission and resilient buildings?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Very briefly, we are in the business of cooling. Buildings is one of the area, but we do quite an extensive work from industrial, commercial, data centers, and also refrigeration. So anything from minus 30 degrees to plus 20 degrees, we have the expertise for over 90 years now. Very briefly on private sector involvement with the government. I think one of the biggest challenges in decarbonization of buildings is really the deployment of policy on ground. I think even at the time of policy formulation, the potential opportunity a technology presents for decarbonization is not very well articulated in the policy, and that's one big challenge. I can give you a very good example for that. You know, the Central Vista project that was built in the heart of Delhi should have been a district cooling project. And they've gone for a very different technology actually, because of which they're going to have 40% more energy consumption as one example. So the policy understanding of technology and deployment of technology is where private sector can play a very important role. There is also an area where the policy has a lot of contradictions in many of the areas when you deploy building codes on ground. You know, we have actually worked on more than 20 billion square feet of buildings in the last 10 years in cooling them. The contradiction of the procedures on ground are very different from state to state. Understanding is different from state to state. So I think this is one big area where the policy should address, and I think the private sector has to bring that clarity to the government to create that clarity. I think setting measurable targets are very important. You know, buildings are very complex because you have a commercial building, you have an industrial building, you have a data center, you have a utility building. And how do you actually treat the targets on energy efficiency, emissions? This is one big area where we need to further deep dive and build a very strong policy matrix for this. The next important thing in my view is the incentivization is also to be driven by a lot of state governments. I think today some of the green buildings in India, there's incentives in terms of extra floor space they can build. But I think the challenge is when you design a building, you follow certain LEED ratings or a Griha rating or a GBC rating. But actually when you start operating a building, the operating point of the building is very different from the actual design point of the building actually. In our own learning, what we have found, most of the focus in India on buildings are getting for certification of the building. But actually, there's a huge amount of energy efficiency possibility is after you operate the building. I'll give you one example. We have a large campus of 500,000 square feet in Chennai. When we originally designed the building, the power demand for cooling and all other activities was 20 megawatts. Today, we have got it down to 3.5 megawatts after 9 years, actually. So design principles are one thing, and operating principles is another thing. And if you really want to decarbonize a building, there's a simple template. First, you need to go after energy efficiency as you start operating the building. Then you need to look at reusing waste, like heat is one waste, taking them out and putting it into useful use. And then moving slowly, many of your energy source to renewables. And this is exactly what we have done. And in Chennai, we are now close to 92% decarbonized. In Norberg in Denmark, we are 100% decarbonized actually. The simple message I want to leave you all with is, it is doable. It is doable through partnership, through leadership, through collaboration. And here I think technology becomes a resource liberating force. Designing a building may be expensive. After you start operating, there's a lot of money on the balance sheet actually. The more you take energy, water, air quality into your balance sheet, we can demonstrate buildings can be decarbonized. And I'm very, very sure that if we can actually do a lot more planning on energy, we do a lot of building planning at the start of the building, but we need an energy planning which is needed to get higher focus. Energy planning can actually help us to really build a long-term focus on decarbonization. I'll stop here and maybe take some questions later.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank all our speakers here. I think it's time for having maybe a round of questions, a quick one. I see Raoul So I will open the floor for a few questions. We'll take all the questions together and then we'll give answers, okay? I know who can pass the mic if it's...
Good morning to you all. My name is Uday Kumar. I'm from Bangalore. I represent a company called as Sri Zone. It's a voluntary organization. We work in a tribal hill area. This question is to Mr. Sharif. See, already you have touched the point. In tribal hill areas, people see the achievements demolishing their mud house and constructing in a concrete mud blocks, using a concrete mud blocks. They feel that is the achievements. Even though we have a technology in stabilized mud blocks, this has not been applied. Both central government and state government, they're providing a fund to have a houses, but there is no policy to mention the plan or the kind of material to be used during the construction. And they are not aware of what is the impact by having that concrete blocks. The heat suffer or cold, everything has been impacted later stage. Again, the energy consumptions, AC, fan, these additional things. In the other way around, down the hill, there are the resorts where they use mud blocks or they go mud houses. The rich are converting to an eco-friendly. The poor are going in the other direction. Can there be a policy while providing the fund? This is how the material has to get in, or this is the design has to be implemented. Thank you.
I don't need to answer it. I totally agree with you. Short answer is that one. And we should, spread this and talk to the policymakers on this. We'll be happy to discuss more on this. Yeah.
Yeah, so I agree with you that particularly in implementation of the PMAY scheme and the Affordable Housing Scheme of Government of India, the focus was mainly on cost reduction and the speed at which it gets implemented. And in that focus, some way, they neglected the technology that is being used. But now under PMAY 2, they have integrated all these sustainable materials and technologies in design stage, and it is getting incorporated into the technical specifications and schedule of rates for design and implementation of these buildings. So Ministry of Housing and Bureau of Energy Efficiency with support from GIZ is already doing it.
I see one question there, and then we'll, yeah.
Hi, thank you. Rebecca Groen from Futuria SHV Energy. We supply off-grid energy mainly in the form of LPG, bio-LPG, and RDME. And my question really is to France, GB, and the EU. How do you go about ensuring technology neutrality in policy, realizing that there's so many different opportunities, but there's also a real need right now to look for something that's practical and implementable whilst looking for the long-term solution? So it's a challenging dilemma that you all have, but how do you do that for all of the communities and all of the existing housing stock?
Thank you. Great question. And I think this is a challenge that applies to the decarbonization of many sectors. How do we remain agnostic to different technology development? And I think part of this comes down to setting technology neutral targets and commitments and developing policy in parallel for different situations to ensure that there are multiple pathways to meet that goal, because we no longer have time to explore one solution, see whether that works, and then find something else. We need to work in parallel across multiple solutions. So I think in the UK, we're exploring a number of different things about the supply of low carbon heating to our existing building stock. And likewise with power, we are working on targets at the moment around net and near zero emission buildings in terms of operational energy by 2030, with recognition that there are multiple ways to get there, and our focus is on increasing the supply of renewables into the grid to supply those buildings.
Well, very briefly, in the EU, we do abide by the principle of technological neutrality within with a very caveat, which is those which allow us to decarbonize, right? So that does put some limits and a frame to this principle. So it's yes, neutral in terms of technologies, but within those technologies which do allow us to decarbonize. That's why I mentioned, for instance, that the aim is to phase out installations of new fossil fuel boilers, for instance. You would say that's not technologically neutral, indeed, but it's within those which allow us to decarbonize.
Well, I hope I'm sorry, we don't have time for any more questions, and I don't even have time to answer this question. But I just want to say that technology is not something that is apart from the rest. In France, we have something that is called le Plan Bâtiment Durable, which is a place where everybody discusses, all the partners, all the stakeholders discuss of regulation, technology, solutions, and to advance, to be able to get forefront together. That's what we're doing, and it works. I mean, when we put in place a regulation, we, by that, ensure that all the landscape around is able to deliver against this regulation. This is only through these discussions, long-term discussions that we have. This is how we proceeded for our life cycle assessment regulation. That is one of the few that is existing in the world, and that is going to be now the new normal for Europe. So just to give you an idea of what is happening here. Before COP21, nobody was talking about buildings in climate. Well, very few people, very scattered landscape. At COP21, we created Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction for that, and you see what is the result. We issued a call for a buildings breakthrough. Very weird, the breakthrough was not on buildings. I mean, buildings is obviously the elephant in the room, and there was no breakthrough on buildings. So we felt we had the duty to build on the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, to propose with the Kingdom of Morocco a call for buildings breakthrough. It's now, I think, about 20 countries, and we're going to launch properly this buildings breakthrough at COP28 with as many countries as possible, and hopefully India, being obviously one of the most important countries in the world at this regard. And then we are going to have the first global forum on construction, on buildings and climate in Paris in March 2024. We are hoping to gather all ministers from the whole world. Ministers of construction have never met at this level, believe it or not. It would be the first meeting at this level of ministers of construction, but not only ministers of construction. It's not going to be only a ministerial meeting, it's going to be widely open to stakeholders, and we will disseminate documentation about that, of course. So it's important to resituate everything. I mean, intergovernmental cooperation is very useful for having public policies, stable and long-term public policies and goals. Those stable and public policies and goals with partnership allow partners to situate and to deliver solutions, because it's all solutions. Most of the solutions exist, but you have to, we have to put them in a long-term and visible trend. And with these solutions, the best solutions, of course, is to have energy-positive buildings. So this will be the purpose of the second roundtable we're going to have here. how can we better build and what are the enabling conditions for energy positive buildings. So with this, I want to thank our panelists here and to call Rina to introduce the second panel. And yes, we're going to have a picture that's of the first panel first. Thank you.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for an insightful discussion and very captivating remarks, and also to Mr. Heeb Rohan for wonderfully moderating this panel. So with that, we move on to our next panel from the need for net zero emission resilient buildings and the policies. Now we would like to have our panelists come together with us on the dais and talk about what is the roadmap for energy positive buildings and campuses. So for this session, we have, let me invite all our esteemed panelists. To start with, please join me in welcoming Dr. Millie Majumdar, Managing Director, Green Building Council of India. I'd like to invite Dr. Tanmay Tathagat, Director, EDS Global. Please put your hands together for Dr. Tathagat. Next, we have with us Mr. Richard Sedano, from the President and CEO at RAP, the Regulatory Assistance Project. And next, we have Dr. Vikram Murthy, National Chair, Environment Protection and Safety from ISHRE. Please put your hands together for Mr. Murthy. Oh, sorry, okay. I don't know, maybe there was a typo here, so sorry about that. Let me now invite Mr. Ram Narayan Murthy, the Program Director, Buildings R&D Research and Development at the US Department of Energy. Thank you for joining us. And we have one more panelist with us, Mr. Kelly Kisok. He's the Faculty Director at the Energy Efficiency Institute, the University of California, Davis. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Reggie Kumar Pillai. He's the President of India Smart Grid Forum and also the Chairman of Global Smart Energy Federation. Sorry, he's just gone out to grab a coffee. Okay, he's here with us. Thank you and warm welcome to all the panelists and our moderator for today's session. And I hand over the stage to Mr. Pillai to take the session over. Thank you.
Good morning, and sorry, I had gone for a bio break. Thought this is a very, very powerful topic. We'll talk without, we'll discuss without any pressure. So, thank you. We dream of, when I say we, India Smart Grid Forum, and our members and our associates. So, during the entire talk, when we say we, it's not me, but ISGF and our associates and collaborators. We dream and advocate for a compelling vision of buildings which are intelligent, energy positive, and grid interactive in phase 1. And in the next phase, we envision intelligent appliances inside intelligent buildings, buying cleanest electricity from the cheapest resources on smart contracts. Today's technology can achieve both that. And we expect that to happen. We should advocate for that. Only by collaboration it wouldn't happen. It has to happen only through legislation or mandatory legislations. How this can be made possible? Number one, we have to mandate every new building which will be constructed should have some form of energy generation facility. Either on the roof or on the walls, there should be solar panels. And it is cheap, it's doable, and return on investment is few years. It's around the globe. Every new building which will come should have some minimum amount of energy generation. And every building, big buildings have parkings, and every parking should have electric vehicle charging infrastructure which is bidirectional. The cars which are parked will be able to buy electricity from the grid through the building and give it back to the building. And each of such buildings would be able to island from the grid according to the price signals. And energy market globally is going to move to a real-time pricing. From a flat rate which you are paying today for the whole month, it's going to be, even in India, we have already issued rules that from 2024 April, some categories of customers will have rebate during high solar hours and will have surcharges during peak hours. And all customers other than agricultural customers moving to such time of day from April 2025, which will become actually, next step will be to become real-time pricing. And I talk about later, if time permits, something which we are doing. And a demonstration project we just completed in UP. The third pillar is people, the local communities generating clean energy and trading or sharing amongst them on blockchain platforms. The next session in Salo 1, 10:45 to 12:15, we'll have a session exclusively on local energy markets. So with this, I will move to the panel. Let me invite Dr. Mili Majumdar from GBCI. Ma'am, you were instrumental in making Griha and also the lead and later the peer. I would like you also to mention about peer. But why there is, you give gold certificate, you give platinum certificate, but why there is a specific energy consumption not brought into that? So generally we hear average buildings which are standing today all consume 200 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. And today's technology, no expert, but I hear in different forum, it can come well below 100, 60, 70, 80 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. Why are we not bringing that number into the LEED certification, into the Griha certification? No, rather, what we do, each of you take 3 minutes opening statements, and then we'll move to tougher questions.
You want to start? Okay. So thanks Reggie for the question, and thanks for the invitation. So at the, I wouldn't directly answer the question on why and what. I would rather say, what the future looks like. So as we have heard from the earlier panel that there is a big gap between when we design buildings and when we operate buildings. And when we talk about energy performance, again, there is a lot of confusion around, how we measure the performance. And so now within LEED, we are trying to move towards a more unified, premise in which we are able to talk about, say, net zero, or rather, energy performance in buildings in a coherent way. So just to give an example, when you talk about energy use or net zero context in buildings in India, you would merely try to offset the energy consumed in kilowatt hour, what you measured maybe on the meter by renewables, and tell that, one is net zero. But there is a lot of energy that is lost during transmission, from where it is produced to where it is transmitted. So now there is a shift in how you are quantifying this energy from site EUI or energy use intensity to source. So where there's a singular definition of how this energy gets measured and gets offset. That's very important. The other aspect that has been brought in is the embodied carbon, which we talk about. So when you're talking about building, it's not only energy that you use, it is also energy that is lost, what you generate on site and you use it, and then, the embodied carbon, and look at it holistically and try to offset, and then you say that it's a net zero building. So that is one aspect why, where also LEED is moving to the next stage of evolution. The other aspect is that, this session which you spoke about, you are talking about a resilient and an efficient building, which means that as soon as you add the resilience component to a building design, you would try to have a factor of safety built in, to battle out the temperature rise, to battle out maybe some kind of storm that may come in. So, which means you are adding more materials, maybe you are adding more air conditioning energy to it, you are adding more redundancy in terms of on-site, capture. So that is contrary. So how you build that integrated framework to make a resilient and net zero energy building is also very important, and we should bring that dialogue in. And the third and the fourth lever that we are looking at are the urban solutions. When you're talking about a building, it is not only where it is and what it is consuming, but the entire framework, like how people are commuting, the transit-oriented development, the diverse uses around it, the nature-based solutions that can help to reduce the building energy demand, like the urban heat island aspects. So everything has to be looked at in an integrated way. And final point, when you spoke about the people aspect, I think that is very, very important, and I would also like to hear from the other panelists, that we talk about, buildings as inanimate object, but it's the people who occupy the building, they control the building, and they kind of use the building, and the building functions to give them comfort, give them health and well-being aspects. So indoor air quality, thermal comfort, lighting, all of these are very big levers through which the energy use in the building can be controlled. And I feel that, that health and well-being can be a very singular lever that can kind of attract a lot of efficiency measures and move towards net zero. So I'll just lay out these points and would like to hear more. But I just want to assure you that within LEED, we are moving towards a holistic framework where we look at this integrated thing.
Thank you, first of all, for this really interesting and wonderful panel. On a broader question of where we are in terms of looking at the energy positive or grid interactive buildings, just quickly I will summarize where things have changed in the last few years. Of course, all over the world, for various reasons, but mostly because of integration of renewables at various levels, the aspect of buildings and people being seen as consumers or customers is changing to being producers and consumers and being a part of this whole grid transition. So in India, we are looking at this aspect of buildings being the last mile of the smart grid. Where is the grid if the end use and the people who are occupying those buildings, and as Reggie said, the appliances, are not interacting? That needs to be as smart as the rest of the grid. There are 4 aspects to that that will help us move this needle. One, overall policy. Is there a framework? Because when you talk about additional renewables, is there a provision for me to do all the transactions that you're talking about, say within the buildings or the community? Second, very important, a lot of discussion in the first session on design. So if you have the right policy framework, you also need the right kind of design which addresses the energy needs and reducing the demand. Third,
is technology, because when you're looking at this transaction and all of that. And the last one, which Millie, I think, refer back to you, is lifestyle and how does an end user really behave. Now, on the policy side, the National Smart Grid Mission has now included an activity work plan of grid interactive net zero energy buildings in India. And currently, there is work going on in identifying the metrics of what is a grid interactive and net zero energy building from a utility perspective. What do you mean? What is the kind of storage and interactivity? So the metrics are being defined. In terms of design technology, there are a few projects that are already on the ground. One of the largest energy positive campuses, I can say, is for Nalanda University in Bihar, 500-acre campus, already most of it built and occupied and is operating as net zero energy positive. In fact, carbon neutral campus, most of the material is also very, very low embodied carbon. And a specific pilot, which is also responding to the new emerging grid optimal standard of LEED, is in Telangana. The utility there is building its own building, which is India's first certified grid interactive net zero energy building. So all these things are happening in the country. What is required is, I think, a more cohesive, future forward-looking policy direction. Rest of things will follow, whether it's capacity or technology, because there is no dearth of all of that. So I feel our next step should be to really define what it means for buildings to be energy positive, and can we do that? And the last bit, I really like the point about real-time pricing. What I think we need to do is also, for example, what California is doing and many other places, is trying to put the real-time carbon information on every kilowatt hour that we see. And that will help us move our decisions based on what our own thinking is and our own goals are in terms of decarbonization. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanmay. You reaffirmed the statement I made: today's technology can achieve all that which I stated in the dream. We need policy interventions to do that, and I request Richard to talk about what regulatory interventions are happening in different geographies so that buildings move to net zero.
Well, thank you for inviting me to be here. And I came here to talk about actually a project in India that integrates a lot of international movement into communities in India. We're talking about a project that uses a process called a living lab. And if you're not really sure what a living lab is, just Google Energy Living Lab and you'll see lots of really interesting examples that really get to some of the things that we've already talked about here, which is to really understand how people are going to use modern buildings that do a lot of these things. So the framework that we're bringing to this, and the we is a regulatory assistance project, which is me, and the Global Buildings Performance Network, which is a buildings NGO, and we're collaborating on bringing an idea to India that basically is intended to integrate the need for massive amounts of social housing in India to meet 2050 goals, and the need for massive amounts of grid flexible resources that are going to also meet 2050 goals on the renewable side, and recognizing that integrating that is not trivial. There are silos. A lot of the conversation in here at the CEM is about breaking silos. Well, that's what I'm talking about too. And so what we want to work with is universities to create cells that will oversee these living labs, and will promote the idea that new buildings that integrate many of the things that we've talked about here, energy efficiency, renewable energy, grid integration resources, and as well as many other great things that improve the comfort and performance of buildings, can also be outstanding grid integrated resources if we design them that way. So our process is to engage with housing trusts and universities and innovators, and we're teeing up solutions that the government can scale. In many places, we're talking about grid integration of buildings, and in many places, we're talking about social housing improvement. But I think here in India, we have an opportunity to demonstrate how, instead of going to social housing last, we go there first, because the need is biggest. And we can mobilize government and the private sector effectively because that's where the policy is headed. So I will just say that we've been here for the last year and a half doing a lot of scoping work, and we're hoping to start seeing the rollout of actual living labs next year. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Murtisa, for joining us, though we invited you much later. So the previous panel, Ravichandran mentioned about the district cooling system. So cooling is going to be the biggest challenge for developing countries. And it is also becoming a challenge in Western Europe and North America, because places where temperature never went beyond 35 degrees, now you see 45 degrees in summers. So, and most buildings built in Western Europe and North America, which had no cooling, it had only heating, and people are buying room air conditioners. Every year, millions of room air conditioners are being sold. And that, and in the opening presentation of Rahul, you talked about 36% end-use energy consumed by building. It's a good 10% improvement than 10 years ago. In every dialogue, we used to hear that buildings consume 40%. It has come down to 36, if that's the right numbers. But then I'm afraid with the ambient temperature going so high, global, I'm talking about global only. So ambient temperature in many places where traditionally they never had air conditioning, today needing, and they are buying air conditioners. So air conditioning with the room air conditioner is not the way forward. It has to be district cooling systems. That has to be mandated. It's a proven technology, and it brings down energy consumption by almost 50%, and also reduce the load on the grid. And DCS are typically built with thermal energy storage systems, which can offer flexibility to the grid, which help us integrating renewables. There are many good things. And Mr. Murthy had contributed richly to a guideline, DCS guidelines prepared for Government of India by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. And all this started after we strongly advocated through a white paper in 2020. So over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you. So to speak about district cooling, I'll be very brief over here because we have a session this afternoon where we are releasing a district cooling guide for India. And so you will hear more about it over there. But certainly district cooling is a wonderful idea to do for residential buildings, especially if they are large clusters and so on. So we separate the cooling energy from being consumed in the building to being generated outside. That's all very good to plan, but to initiate that or to let that happen or let it be the desired choice for a set of buildings requires a lot of stakeholders to come together. It requires the planner, the developer, the buyer. You know, we would have had Mr. Awand Abdullah over here from the Lodha group. So his challenge is that there isn't enough push from all the stakeholders to go for district cooling, which is why it is a bit slow. But I'm sure its time is going to come, and there's no doubt about that. It will happen step by step. The other matter which you spoke about is about air conditioners being used in homes. So that is the fastest growing sector. In India, 70% of air conditioning is in the residential sector. So we must address that also simultaneously to wanting to have district cooling. So the residential sector is booming. It's only 9 or 10% penetration in India, which is really, really low. But the change is going to come because a study recently said that when families cross the $10,000 per annum income, then they buy their first air conditioner. So that's happening faster and faster now in India. So our 9% of usage is going to become 10, 15, 20. We already sell 7 million air conditioners in India today. So that air conditioner is your biggest, or let's say not the biggest, the best thing to tackle to have its energy half of what it does, which already happened with the global cooling challenge. and those products are being tested in the market now, and not in the market, in the field and in the lab now in India. And there are 2 or 3 companies which are from India. So I think those products will come into the market next year. And we hope that the regulator will mandate the sale and the manufacture only of such air conditioners. They might be a little costlier, they might be a little bigger, but half is a big number. It's a huge number, 50% lower. And so those air conditioners will come in the market. What else can we do? We spoke now about, and Millie spoke about, people who are very much a part of all of this. So people, wherever they are, in a district cooling system or in a window air conditioner system, must adapt to higher temperatures. 27 degrees is very good for India, and you can go to little lower temperatures if the humidity is high. And we must not do air conditioning like this, where we're just cooling the upper level so well, and we are sitting 20 feet below that. So we have to change the way we do cooling. I won't get into that now. So the short answer to your question is, yes, district cooling must happen, and it can happen organically by doing a central air conditioning for even 1 or 2 small buildings. It happened in Bombay some years back. It is going to happen now in Mumbai with 1 or 2 developers very soon. So I will stop over here.
27 degree, which you said, I have seen after Fukushima in Japan, the Japanese government urged people to maintain temperature at 27. The disciplined society that Japanese, everybody got away with their jacket, with the fan in hand, and they've been going through that for several years. I experienced that. And with district cooling only, even if air conditioner efficiency increases, the cost decreases, still a large section of the society cannot afford. Those who cannot afford to have access to cooling, how do we? And with ambient temperature going up, people will not be, even in North India, Western India, even at midnight, it will be 42 degree, 45 degree. People won't be able to sleep. The cities will be full of sleep-deprived people walking, working, driving, and society has a moral responsibility to give them the low-income group, and that we can do through district cooling systems. Okay, so coming to Ram, what are the great jobs which US is doing on the building sector, and you've been leading it from the front?
Thanks, Reggie. So let me just ask a couple of questions. So how many of you have heard of the term connected communities? A few, okay, right. How many of you have heard the term grid integrated efficient buildings, or GEB? A few more. How many of you have heard the term net zero energy buildings? Most of you, yeah. Right? So most of you know the work that we do in the Building Technologies office. So our goal is, and one other thing I want to mention is another past success is LED lighting, right? So our goal is to, right now the US has goals around achieving 50 to 52% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, decarbonizing the power sector by 2035, and also having about 40% of our investments and benefits flow to disadvantaged communities. So buildings are a very central part of achieving those goals. We know 36, 38, whatever percentage we want to attribute to buildings, it's there. But from a building technologies office, our goal is to reduce energy intensity of buildings by 45% by 2050. We want to reduce on-site emissions by 75% by 2050. And we want to increase the grid interactivity of buildings by a factor of 3. So when we look at those goals and how those goals actually convert and turn over into creating resilient, affordable, and efficient buildings, right? That's the challenge that we have. We have to make sure that as we go through this pathway of decarbonization, we achieve resilience, that we achieve equity, that we achieve decarbonization. And making all of those work together is actually a pretty big challenge. So we have a large challenge ahead as we move forward towards 2050. So what are the things we do, right? So we work on R&D. So when we think about the R&D work we do, we work on lighting, we work on heating and cooling systems, we work on windows, building insulation, envelope. We work on control systems. So for example, we work very closely with ASHRAE on building commissioning, because when you look at how buildings are built today, and how they meet codes, a large part of meeting codes is actually the controls systems in those buildings. So getting those buildings operating right, the new buildings operating right, is a critical part of achieving our goals. We also know that 76% of the buildings, at least for the US, that would exist in 2050 are already there today. So retrofits are a huge challenge. So we are focused very much on decreasing the cost of building retrofits, especially around the envelope retrofits. We know that better windows, better insulation, better air sealing is going to substantially reduce the amount of heating and cooling systems that we put in. I really liked how yesterday Abe Bakre talked about how I think 5% improvement in air conditioning efficiency avoids a 400 megawatt solar plant every year. That's the quantification, right? That's the challenge that we have. And that really is why we want to keep driving efficiency forward. Yes, there's an emissions goal. Yes, there's a goal towards reducing on-site emissions, but we cannot forget efficiency. And so those are some of the big aspects that we are working on, right? As we look forward, we really want to look at buildings as the intersection of not just heating and cooling, but it's also where solar, storage, EVs, everything comes together. So one of the other challenges we are looking at is what we call the transformer to plug issue. Because we know that to be able to get all these different technologies into buildings today, we might end up with significant investments in increasing transformer capacity, rewiring homes for greater capacity. So how do you actually address that, right? So we are looking at technologies that can actually reduce the power demand at the building, lower power heating and cooling systems, smart panels. So those are some of the technologies that we are working on too. So what we do is we look at this whole spectrum of technologies that helps us to get to a decarbonized future, but reduce the cost of getting to the decarbonized future. We look at a lot of technologies that go into affordable housing. Rich, you mentioned starting from social housing, right? That whole concept of trickle up and looking at technologies that can go into affordable housing first is actually very critical. Because if we can solve that problem, those technologies can actually go to the mass market. Traditionally, we always looked at technologies that trickle down. We want to look at trickle up. And how do you actually drive that, right? So these are some of the big aspects of what we are working on at the Building Technologies Office. And within that, if we can solve those huge challenges that we have, the huge cost of retrofitting existing buildings, the huge cost that can result from increased infrastructure investments on the electric grid, then I think we are going to be able to achieve our goals of a low-carbon, decarbonized building future, but do it in a way that is more affordable and effective. So that's our goal, and we look forward to working with everyone to achieve that goal.
Santa Rita Jail in California, a high-security prison, 10 years ago, built solar panels, wind turbines, and battery energy storage when battery prices were 10 times higher than today. And they were buying electricity, cheap electricity from the market and selling it, islanding during the peak or selling it back to the grid. They were making money in 2013 when we visited them. So coming to Professor Kelly, you talk about the demand response the buildings can provide, and that can generate additional revenue stream to make the capex offset. Yeah. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Reggie. I'd like to make a few comments from the California and from the university side, since that's my home. You know, from the California side, I think our story began in the 1970s when Art Rosenfeld went to our governor, and at the time California had a plan to build one nuclear reactor every 60 miles along the coast. And Art told the governor that we could build nuclear reactors or we could make more efficient refrigerators. And the governor said, okay, let's try. And that was the start of the Title 24 Building Energy Code. And since then, you know, the results are measurable. In the last 20 years, California energy use has actually decreased by about 12%, even though our economy has grown by 59% and our population has grown by 17%. So, you know, if we look at the things California is doing in the building space and the campus space, The entire UC system has committed to be net zero by 2025, for one. And Title 24 now requires, not in the future, but now, all existing buildings 3-story and less have to be net zero. So that's a big deal. We also have a California Flex Hub that people have talked about, where we're working on making grid interactive appliances that can read utility price signals and utility carbon signals and react automatically. And we're also very engaged in electrification as we replace furnaces with heat pumps, and even more importantly, as we bring more zero-emission electric vehicles online, because we're not going to sell any more IC engines after 2035. So I know that the people from the California Energy Commission here would be, very pleased to discuss the successes and challenges we might have with those type of policies with anyone who would like to. When I think about scaling up, I'm going to come from a slightly different perspective and just say things that are on my mind. And one of those is, from the university perspective, is we need to do a better job at educating the next generation of engineers to be really focused on this problem. Because the building industry is huge, and while everyone in this room might be very savvy and motivated to apply these new techniques, it's not widespread. Lots of people in the building industry are just doing what has been done before. So we need to do a better job, and I think international engagement would be fantastic. If we could get more exchanges where our students go work around the world in different climates and stuff, that would be a big infrastructure. That's a bet on the future that we need to do a better job on now. The second thing that I think we need to focus on is the cooling challenge. I think this meeting has made it readily apparent that cooling is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity, as the climate in many places is reaching the edge of human survivability. And it's been said that 90% of engineering is done for 10% of the people. That's where the wealth is, and that's what we focus on. But I really think that the situation now calls for that reverse, where we do engineering for the other 10% and become really innovative about different ways to cool buildings in diverse climates with all sorts of cultural and resource diversity, using things like evaporative cooling and radiant barriers and radiant cooling and thermal mass and things like that. But we're going to need, I think, foundation support and cooperation to pull that off, because it's outside of the main revenue streams, but it's vitally important. Thank you.
Thank you. We are out of time, but 30 seconds parting thoughts, each one of you, starting with Tanmay.
Well, I think hearing all the wonderful work that's going on, the idea of looking at integrating this overall decarbonization of the building sector in our energy policy making is the key step, so that the after effects are not dealt with by separate instruments, but in our overall energy planning, this is already factored in.
Thank you. Millie?
Yeah, I think, integration would be the key, and integration not only at policy, on the environmental level, but also at the social and governance level would be critical to make this work.
Many years ago, I was an energy regulator, and I tried to keep my head up and think about what other agencies were doing. I think what a lot of us are talking about is for energy officials, housing officials, social welfare officials, all over the place, to have their heads up and look for opportunities to collaborate, and to look for the best places to demonstrate good ideas and to quickly scale them.
Good. So I just come back to a topic which helps us to integrate all of this, and that would be codes and standards. So there is going to soon be in India an energy conservation and sustainable building code, which will address a lot of these things. And we at ISHRE are about to release India Building Energy Performance Standard, which covers all the parts of the building performance and energy. And that is based on 1,000 buildings being surveyed and so on, but less about that now. So what I'm trying to say is that also we have the Eco-Nivas, which is for residential buildings, and that is going to be ramped up. So with all these things coming, what will happen is that we have to scale this up to where legislation makes this happen in the most ordinary of buildings and support all of that. So that's how we can slowly get all this act together.
So I'm going to make two calls. One is, of course, I think it'll be great to get greater international collaboration around looking at what technologies are there, what can be implemented around the world, right? So greater collaboration on the technology side. The other one I would like to maybe leave with the parting thought is the framing of emissions from buildings and its importance to the electric grid. I think it's something that gets downplayed in the way we frame, like even in the plenary yesterday, I was looking at the chart and it shows the power sector emissions being very high and building emissions being very low. But buildings actually are the primary use of electricity. So how do you actually frame that conversation so that you actually get the importance that we need for decarbonization on the building side? So something to work on.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just repeat that I think we want to remember to continue to invest in education and to direct some more resources to cooling for the folks that need it the most.
Thank you, panelists. All of you brought out very interesting points. The previous panel, Laurent mentioned about Romans going underground. I interact with a team of researchers working on architecture and energy systems for colonizing the moon and the Mars. And a lot of work which they have done. Wonderful work has been done. Nothing is constructed, but great job has been done. And most of them are ideal for terrestrial applications for going underground, building civilization underground. We hope in this century we may not need to do that. Thank you very much.
As we're taking the pictures and maybe before everybody goes, I just want to give a big round of applause for this roundtable that was quite inspiring. I think we really, if we were not convinced before, I guess we are now that international cooperation is really needed and that stakeholders collaboration is already is really needed too. There's a lot of people willing to do things and willing to do more things together. And this is very much what's happening. So I'm giving you all a rendezvous in Paris for engagement and collaboration in March 2024. Thank you all and thank you for your presence.
Good morning to all. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. Good morning, all. I welcome all the eminent panelists, distinguished moderator, and the wonderful audience for this event. Myself, P. Rahul from NTPC, on behalf of the entire organizing team of NTPC, have the distinct pleasure and privilege to welcome one and all for this unique event on growth and decarbonization, India's answer through the National Green Hydrogen Mission. I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Mohit Bhargava, onto the stage. Mr. Mohit Bhargava is the head of the RE division and CEO of NTPC Green Energy Limited. He is spearheading the initiatives to have 60 gigawatt of RE capacity by 2032 and position NTPC Green Energy Limited as a major CNI and green hydrogen player. Under his leadership, NTPC has achieved an RE commission capacity of around 3.3 gigawatt and more than 20 gigawatts is in the pipeline. Work on India's first green hydrogen hub and the biggest solar park of 5 gigawatt are all going under his able guidance. Thank you, sir. We welcome you on stage. I now request Mr. Wolf Muth, Director, KFW, to kindly come onto the stage. Mr. Wolf is a Director, KFW, since August 2022. He has held several specialist and management positions at KFW Group for more than 30 years. He was a member of the Board of Directors of the Green for Growth Fund. Under his leadership, KFW is driving many green initiatives like financing solar projects and green hydrogen projects in India. We welcome sir onto the stage. I now request Mr. Tobias Winter, Director, IGF, to kindly join us on stage. Mr. Winter is in IGF since 2015 with over 15 years of experience in the energy sector. He has served India for more than 9 years till now. He was instrumental in the development of RE and energy efficiency projects and the corresponding legislations in Germany, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and India. Under his able guidance, IGF has taken many initiatives in the energy sector, including green hydrogen and collaborative R&D with participation between India and Germany. I now request Mr. Matthew Gies, Director Asia SGF Energy, to kindly join us on stage. As a Director Asia in SGF Energy since 2018, Mr. Matthew has been shaping power-to-power solutions as well as hydrogen-to-power solutions across the globe. SGF and IPP based at France, currently executing 7 numbers of megawatt scale microgrid projects in US and UK, including Europe, Africa, Asia, and Australia, mainly P2P projects deploying green hydrogen. Mr. Matthew has over 10 years of experience in renewable energy through various positions within the IPP, EPC, and CLE supplier companies. Also to mention that SGF is constructing a multi-megawatt scale fuel cell mass scale production facility in collaboration with Ballard, Canada. Thank you, sir. We welcome you on stage. I now request Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEO of Council on Energy, Environment and Water. Dr. Ghosh is the founder and CEO of CEW, a leading policy research institution and clean energy access network. He is a doctoral graduate from the University of Oxford. He's a member of G20 Finance, Track Advisory Group, UN Secretary General Expert Group on Net Zero, Global Commission on the Economics of Water, WEF Global Council on Clean Air. He is currently holding the Vice Chair of the UN Committee for Development Policy. It's a privilege to have you here, sir. I request Mr. Anuj Banga, Executive Director, SMBC. He is heading the Power, Structured Finance, Infrastructure and New Energies at SMBC. He has over 16 years of experience, including stints at Standard Chartered Bank and IBM. Under his leadership, SMBC is taking many initiatives like preferential green financing, environmental conservation through finance, etc. I request Mr. Paolo Frankel to kindly come on stage. I welcome you on stage, sir. I request the moderator, Mr. Mohit Bhargava, to kindly take the session forward, sir.
Good morning and thanks, Rahul. Welcome once again to all the eminent panelists on stage. This is truly an honor to be sitting with all of you on the dais. I think it's the whole powerhouse of knowledge sitting here. And I understand for some of you, the bio on the screen was actually not enough, because the screen was much smaller than the bios you guys have. So apologies on behalf of NTPC, we couldn't provide actually the entire bio for all of you. So I'd like all of you to kindly give a good round of applause for the entire, this Power Pack panel here. Paulo, just apologies for last minute, goof up. So we are good, we are on stage now. Growth, decarbonization, green hydrogen, storage, renewable, clean, green. So these are the buzzwords we all know. And I think that's been the theme of this entire event, whether it's the ET working group, Energy Transition Working Group, or the CEM. And NTPC has the privilege of organizing, we actually are organizing 3 side events here. So 2 we did yesterday, both of them went off very well. And today we talk about growth and decarbonization and how India is trying to answer that through the National Green Hydrogen Mission. Incidentally, I need to mention here that we are actually missing Ajay Yadavji, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, who all of us know is actually the champion who's pushing through the National Green Hydrogen Mission. So I think he's been caught up in discussions along with the Honorable Minister. So I am not the government representative, but I'll try to fill in some of the things, probably what you would like to say. Just a quick update on the National Green Hydrogen Mission. We all know the government has already put out the mission. They recently also allocated close to 19,000 crore rupees under the SITE program, both for the electrolyzer as well as production of hydrogen. SECI has already issued tenders for subsidizing hydrogen, although it does appear very small compared to what some of the other countries are doing. But I'll say one step at a time, maybe that's how we need to move forward. There has been, green hydrogen has been the buzzword, and like everyone else, NTPC is also on that bandwagon. Quickly, one word about NTPC for those of us in the room who are not fully aware. I represent NTPC. I actually had the green or the renewable division there. What we're trying to do is NTPC has been the largest power supplier in the country, and what we're trying to do is to create a portfolio on the green side which is almost as large in size as the thermal portfolio we have today, and that too in the next 8 to 9 years. So tall ask, tall order for us. That's the challenge, or that's the KPA for me. But alongside, we've also done 2 pilots, rather 3 pilots on green hydrogen. One, of course, is blending with natural gas pipeline. That's a small one we're doing in Gujarat. Already started the blending. We're doing 5% blending. Sometime later this year, we'll also start the hydrogen-based fuel cell electric vehicles in the state of Ladakh. Slight delay because of the inclement weather in Ladakh and all those things. The third one is, of course, also very interesting. That's production of green methanol using captured carbon dioxide and green hydrogen. So these are the 3 pilots which are on ground. We are keen to discuss and see how green hydrogen can become one of the larger parts of our portfolio going forward. We understand a lot of discussions, a lot of noise, if I may say so, in terms of how much green hydrogen or the hydrogen derivative we are talking about. So I'll not get into those details. So what I'll request all the panelists is that maybe 5 minutes in the beginning, I'll request all of you to give out your opening thoughts. Try to remain on the subject, and please try to stay within time. I know you guys can actually do an hour-long session on your own, but we'll have to probably benefit with 5 minutes at a time right now, and then we come back, maybe we have some more questions for you. So maybe we could start with you, Anuj. I mean, I'm just going in that order, left to right. So.
Sure, thanks, Mohit, and thanks for inviting me on the panel. So obviously, there is a lot of buzz around this whole green hydrogen, and there's been like every country is running towards how to make it more feasible, how to make it more sort of apt. And the green hydrogen mission, India's mission, is the right step, is what I believe, and sort of pushes each and every player across the whole chain to sort of think about, innovate, how best we can deliver this for the country. And as we all know, It is renewable transmission, then electrolyzer, generation, transportation, storage, and then to the end consumer. This whole chain sort of needs to sort of develop and innovate, and also sort of see what's the best way to do each and every step. And with this sort of mission, the government is able to sort of set up the right environment for each player to sort of develop there. Having said that, from my perspective, I am coming from a bank, and when I see globally, there are projects which are financed, and SMBC has also financed 2 projects related to green hydrogen, and I'll ask Matthew to put some light on that. And so there has been sort of projects where there have been some thought and there have been learning, and which we should also try and see what those learnings are and try and implement here. And maybe we'll go a bit deeper on that as we go along in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Anuj, and over to Matthew now, because you are one of those guys who's actually developing a hydrogen-based commercial project, if I may say. Please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, NTPC, also for the invitation. We are very glad to be here today and to share our view and experience. We are well known than the other players around the panel, so I will take a few seconds to introduce myself and HDF Energy. HDF Energy, as you can hear, is a French company. I'm from France. We are a project developer of hydrogen projects with a focus on power sector. So we are also IPP. And I'm in charge of Asia region at HDF. So when we speak about hydrogen, we see that the last 2 years have been extremely exciting. A lot of buzz in a positive way around hydrogen because of the potential. So basically, it's simple. You can decarbonize any sectors with hydrogen. So that's why there is this appetite. And the National Hydrogen Mission, in that aspect, is very positive because it brings a kind of clarity path about what India needs to do and what India will do for green hydrogen to become a commodity. And that is the challenge, how green hydrogen can become a commodity and can become viable. Today, most of the hydrogen is gray, and the price difference between gray and green hydrogen is massive. If you talk to refineries, petrochemical players in the room, they will tell you that you cannot switch from gray to green in one day. And despite the positive side of the hydrogen, of the national mission, maybe something is missing is how the green hydrogen can become a commodity. How can we reach the gigawatt scale on the electrolyzer supply and in terms of affordability? We believe that among the solutions, we should look at applications where hydrogen is viable today, not in 15 years. We cannot focus only on reaching the $1 or $2 per kilo target, but we need to implement first tangible projects in the market, which won't be gigawatt. You cannot go from 0 to 1,000 megawatt in one day. Maybe we need to start with 10, 20, 50 megawatt scale. And we believe that in the power application, this is something we can do. So as Anuj mentioned, we are building a project in France, on a French island. This is more than $150 million investment. SMBC is among the lenders, but that is a good news. My point is we can do bankable and viable projects from now. We don't need to wait 10 or 15 years, and we can bring this learning curve into the market. So I hope we can do that in India very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I think that's important to note that HDF is one of the very few entities who's actually developing a green hydrogen-based project, and probably beginning globally, maybe you'll be coming to India as well, because as we focus into the India story side. Paulo?
So, thank you.
Floor is yours.
Allow me 10 seconds of self-presentation. I'm the head of the Renewable Energy Division at the International Energy Agency, but my first work with hydrogen actually dates back of 1992. So I've been through all the 3 waves
that I would call hydrogen fashion. Now, that one, this one, is very fashionable. If we measure it with the number of conferences around the world, thousands and thousands and thousands. The real question, and I'm taking a global aspect, I'm not speaking of India yet. The real question is how to make it from discussions to a real big thing. The IA tracks one by one all the projects of hydrogen in the world. There is an interesting amount of pipeline of projects in the range of 12 to 15 million tons of hydrogen, of course of low carbon hydrogen, mostly from renewable hydrogen, not only. I would note that this is much less of where we should do to be on track with net zero, but still, it's a big, big amount. But if you then track the number of final investment decisions, this is only 5% of the announced projects. So we are still at the minimum percentage or where we should be with 2030, which is only 6 years from now. So I want to be provocative. There are a number of priorities, but the first one rotates about 3 words: demand, demand, demand. Now, when I first saw the mission, the green hydrogen mission in India, I really was very happy to see that it addressed not just the supply, not just infrastructure, but also demand. The question is, how quickly are you implementing this? And this will be the measure of success or non-success. There are only a few countries, by the way, in the world that are really this vision. One of the most recent is a smaller country, but an important one, which is Oman. And we remain optimistic, but the first priority is create predictable demand for business. Otherwise, this investment will not flow. Thank you. I will stop it here and can elaborate later.
I was actually hoping you'll be more provocative. I think you left us wanting for more. Maybe next round. Arnaba, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mohit and NTPC, for inviting me. I've been not as good a surfer of hydrogen waves as Paulo. I'm a more recent inductee into this game. But CW and I myself have been quite intimately involved in the design of the hydrogen mission. So this is a very important conversation. I want to pick up from where Paulo left off. There is no question that demand has to be a key mantra for what we need to do. But if we could just unpack that for a second. What are the barriers right now, as I see it, for that demand not being visible enough in order for that financial closure to happen, as Paulo indicated? The number one barrier, in my view, is perception. So while, Mohit, you and several others, we've all used the word hype, bandwagon, etc., there's equally, on the other side of the pendulum, there is equally a lot of skepticism, a lot of questioning about why green hydrogen, a lot of misperception of the role. So let's just set things clear for a second. Maybe this is a room of the converted, and maybe this is a room of the converted plus the fence sitters. Green hydrogen is not going to solve everything. It will not even solve half the things. At best, at least for us, from the modeling that we have done for India, it will solve 20% of the problem. But it is a big part of that problem, right? Because of a country whose energy demand will grow at least twice, if not thrice, by the time we are a 100-year-old country, let alone the growth in demand until the time we get to net zero, solving 20% of the problem from the point of view of heavy industrial energy demand, with green hydrogen playing a critical role, is a big, non-trivial part of the solution. So it does not come at the cost of everything else, but it comes as an important ingredient. That's problem number one. The problem number two is a lack of understanding of core economics, which is that if there is supply, there has to be demand, but that's not just in the domestic sense, also in international sense. And if you analyze, as we have done, of the near 40 plus countries that have announced hydrogen and green hydrogen projects, plans, or programs and missions. Everyone wants to be an export hub. So I studied economics. I won't claim to be a great economist, but I know this much. If everyone exports, only the Martians are importing. And the Martians haven't visited us yet. So we've got to understand that that national hydrogen markets will only grow if there is a credible, rules-based international market for hydrogen as well. If we all create our islands of regulation, our own definitions of what is green and different shades of green, then we'll not actually provide that certainty for investors. And the third, I hope you'll also clap once I finish with the third point. The third point, and the reason I'm saying is that Germany is important in this. What is the kind of bilateral partnerships that we can strike? And Germany, we've again mapped out across the world countries that are striking up partnerships with other countries, etc. And Germany is right at the heart of it. But why I raise this is without those bilateral partnerships, that's not just about a buying-selling agreement. It's about R&D, it's about supply chains, it's about manufacturing, it's about skill development. There is a whole, it's not just the supply chain of materials, but also the supply chain of manpower, the supply chain of money, right? That can all come together to create a global and resilient and robust green hydrogen economy. So those that are already at the center of that drive, along with those such as India that are putting out really big ambitions, we've got to start thinking very concretely that how do we strike up the kind of partnerships that then convert into the on-ground investments that Paolo was saying is missing. So let's make sure that we sort out the perceptions. Let's make sure that we create a global set of rules for green hydrogen, and let's make sure we have practical partnerships that we are promoting.
Thanks, Arnab. Tobias, you can clap now, I think. That's what you...
No partnership.
No, but that was a good point, Arnab, because you said Germany, I would say EU in a larger sense, and Germany has been at the forefront of the hydrogen revolution, and probably you are the pioneers in also trying to create demand as we go along, and hopefully we won't need Martians in Germany. Next year, probably, CEM is in Brazil. We could ask some Martians also. So, Wolf, you want to come in now?
Yes, I can jump in here. First, thank you very much for the invite here. It's a great pleasure here to be on this panel because this is a topic. It's now it's top on the agenda, and thanks also to my predecessors, my speakers, Paolo, Anuraba. I mean, you mentioned already very important issues, you know, creating demand, lack of perception, how to convince the population and so on, the force. Because on the other hand, there is a great expectation of what hydrogen can solve or what hydrogen can contribute, but on the other hand, we have to be realistic. And that what also Paolo said is there's a lot of announcement, but now we have to come to the next step. And that's where we come in as KfW. We are financier. I'm actually heading the local KfW office of the KfW Development Bank. We have to differentiate a bit. KfW Group is comprising IPEX Bank, purely dealing with the commercial and private sector. We have DEG dealing with the private sector, and we have KfW Development Bank. And that's also, I would like to highlight, I mean, we are very heavily involved in India, in supporting India in its energy transition. We have an ongoing portfolio. I yesterday mentioned it. Probably you know the number of more than 8 billion here in India, and half of it is in the energy sector, and the renewable energy sector, the sustainable energy sector. Now we also, of course, we are supporting innovative technologies. Hydrogen is one of it. There are other things to come. Storage is on top of the agenda, offshore wind and so on. And but what can we do? I mean, we do have a bunch of instruments where we can support hydrogen. But when we are talking about hydrogen, there are different elements it's always connected to green hydrogen. As a green element, it means there has to be a green power supply. So without this, there will be no green hydrogen. So you can either finance the component of the electrolyzer producing hydrogen or ammonium, or you can focus on the renewable energy component, or on the evacuation or the transmission line between here and there. So if at the bank financing renewable energy, it's a no-brainer. Where it's getting probably more complicated if you're talking about the production itself. But even there, it's not rocket science. The technology is well known. The only point is that the costs are still too high. But the technology, that is not the challenge. You know, it's more the economics behind this. You know, you do need an off-taker, you do need a demand, and you do need a reliable term demand. You have to talk about a period of maybe 15 years or 20 years, an off-take contract for a long time, otherwise you don't make this investment. However, to trigger this process, we can come in with a variety of instruments. So we can provide grant funds to close a viability gap, especially when you look to the high costs of green hydrogen in the beginning. But we are also closely working together with the Fraunhofer. We also have the ability, you know, to bring in scientific research, to bring in these research institutes from Germany. I do remember when Fraunhofer came up with this economy of scale research with respect to wind, and exactly what they projected actually did materialize. The costs went down dramatically. And also I just talked to Eike Weber this morning. He was a former head of the Fraunhofer Institute, and he's very much convinced that hydrogen will contribute 20%, more percent, whatever, but a substantial part. And we have to focus on this, and we have to make the first step. And I'll stop here. We are prepared to continue the dialogue with NTPC, with his team partners, to make the first step.
Thanks, Dr. Wolf. That was very informative for all of us. And you're absolutely right that funding is not a challenge. So as NTPC also, we know that we can raise funds, but we need to find the projects, feasible projects. And there he will also say, show me the money. You know? So now to the Indian German on the panel, if I can say so. So you'll be happy to know that he can speak partly in Hindi. I don't know, any other language you picked up now?
Nahin, sir.
Nahin, sir. But for the moment, I'll request you to stick to English here. So Tobias has been a good friend for a long time and worked on a couple of projects together as well. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Moichi, and once again, thank you very much to NTPC for inviting me here. Namaskar to everyone. And congratulations, India you already are the third largest gray hydrogen producer in the world, so you are already an elephant in the room. If we talk about green, then replacing maybe also gray by green, and why not India as the third largest gray hydrogen producer having a major role, no? And now the big discussion upcoming, offtake, where is the offtake? Are we ready to pay $4 to $5, or when are the $2 coming? And more and more we see that the national green hydrogen mission of India becomes an international green hydrogen mission of India, and more we see that national offtake becomes looking towards exports. I think the Joint Secretary Yadav, you had mentioned him in the last conference, he had already mentioned 30% national offtake, 70% export of the 5 million tons. For Germany, that's fine. My task is to hype the hype. So if I hear noise, buzz, skepticism, my task is to hype the hype. And that is because you must be aware that Germany and Europe, we will remain a net importer of energy. So we are honest enough to know that green hydrogen and renewables won't be enough for us, what we do in our own territory. We will need to import energy carriers. And we do not want to import oil and gas anymore. I think that's the same for India. I have just checked the numbers. They really shoot up with the cost coming up. India itself, $200 billion per year you're spending on fossil fuel imports, yeah? But no, sun, wind, green hydrogen economy, so yeah. Same for Germany. Germany says that around 70% of its hydrogen demand in the year 2030 will have to be met by imports. And if we need imports, then certainly, and that's not a secret, we are interested in the lowest price for those imports. And what determines the cost of those imports is the cost for solar and wind and the capex for the electrolyzer. So if India is able to put competitive electrolyzers on the ground and is able to harvest the sun and the wind at the lowest cost, then maybe you're also able to produce the lowest cost green hydrogen. And there's a lot of skepticism saying if we see the resource maps of India, but yeah, you don't have the best solar spots in the world, you don't have the best wind spots in the world. But you know, you are able to harvest the sun at the lowest cost in the world. And that is what is important, right? If you just see as all these numbers, Bloomberg and so on, India top in solar, wind, you're not the best in the world, but you're amongst the top 10 in the world. So being able to produce green hydrogen during the day, and then with wind, and that a lot of our studies have shown, you're very fortunate with having the wind blowing in the morning and in the evening. And even though wind may be 30% more expensive than solar, it's still so much more cheaper than other sources, right? So solar plus wind, full load hours of the electrolyzer coming up. So that's, I think, natural that the international community is looking towards India as a provider for green hydrogen in the world. And then having a prime minister saying that you also want to become the largest exporter in the world, that certainly, also creates additional enthusiasm. But we must admit that the global community, and from the German perspective, we are certainly looking towards India creating national offtake and national demand, no? But yeah, as long as the projects and the offtake is not happening the way it is, I think it was a little downer that the National Green Hydrogen Mission didn't come up with the mandatory quotas, no? Like, the idea was really great, no? Everywhere in the world, people were saying, wow, in India, you're going to make it mandatory to replace a certain percentage of gray by green, like the biofuels quota, right? So that, no, at the end, that is a little bit postponed. So let's see where we get there. So it will be a little bit more international orientation to get in the capital. I also think so. But it may be not all just exports of green hydrogen or green ammonia. It will be maybe also just refueling European ships. So the EU, Refuel EU legislation, no? Mandating ships bigger than 5,000 tons, they have to refuel green. And if India becomes the cheapest refueling station on their route, they will decarbonize and refuel their ships in India. Same with the airplanes, no? So I'm very, very optimistic that there will be offtake, but yes, we have to talk more about offtake and maybe a little bit less about supply. The hydrogen mission itself also focuses a lot on production. 2/3 of the money goes into lowering the cost for the production, I think. No, around 20% is for electrolyzer manufacturing, 10% of those $2.4 billion is for research. But offtake, no, how can we support the offtake? But as long as offtake from Europe is coming up, as long as ships and airplanes are willing to refuel in India, I'm happy. Thank you very much.
So actually, Paulo wants to come in quickly, so I'll probably...
Can I make a quick comment and then a question to Tobias?
You want to take over my role?
No,
okay.
just you decide. You decide.
Yeah, please, Paulo, go ahead.
Okay. The comment is that the second elephant in the room is the transport and storage infrastructure, which we tend very often to forget. For hydrogen, it does not exist. Either you transport it via pipeline or international shipping so far not exist. For ammonia, it's only 10% of the total ammonia production for good reasons, because it is difficult, it has high safety issues, so we really need to speak about that. And my question to Tobias, I'm also optimistic, and I think Germany is the first mover, but where do you think the first contract will, how will this hydrogen be transported in the next 5 years? In what form? To Germany? For doing what?
So what I'll do is, maybe I have to take charge of this panel. So, in spite of Paulo's efforts. So, 10 seconds, you can do 10 seconds? Okay, 10 seconds.
First off-takes contracts will be under Hindco, H2 Global, because there's even Indian bidders which have participated and are now ranked towards top providers. And that is green ammonia, green methanol, and SAF. Contracts are upcoming, and then it will be transported in the form of green ammonia. Yeah? And the green ammonia terminals are there. I mean, we have been to the port of Rotterdam.
So actually,
and so on.
Tobias is answering a lot of questions. One, he confirmed to us and to Arnaba that Martians are in Germany. So the demand is going to come from Germany. That's good. He confirmed also what I said. He knows India much more than, so probably you know much more about chole bhature and all those kind of things than dudh wala chai and masala chai. So, but important point there that yes, we are all focused on supply. Demand is the key. Paulo also said the same thing. In a way, you're also saying the same thing, that demand is coming, but it's probably not at the scale we're talking about. So I think that's important, which is why I probably go back to you, Matthew, because like I alluded to earlier, that you're the only guy who's doing a commercial project. So can you just run us through numbers, whatever you can? I mean, so what are the numbers we're looking at, and from there, where we need to go?
And I will also bring a comment why we are the only guy. Alors, not because we are French and more clever than the other, but because we are a small company and dedicated to hydrogen. So if we want to survive, we cannot do panel sessions like that for the next 10 years or PowerPoints with nice concepts. We need to do real projects. And very briefly on the context again, everyone wants to be exporter of hydrogen, how the hydrogen will be transported, how the infrastructure will be financed. There are many answers to those questions, but to my view, it may take 5, 10 years for the whole scheme to become viable. So our point is where the hydrogen can be viable today. And we believe as a storage solution, it can be economically viable. And I will give a couple of examples, both at international level and in India. So I'm director for Asia, but I'm based in Indonesia. And why I'm based in Indonesia? Because when you look at a map of Indonesia, there are thousands of islands. When you look at the electricity mix on an island, it's extremely expensive. In India, you have Andaman Islands, Nicobar, but you have also kind of islands within India mainland, in Ladakh, for example. So when you look at those contexts, the cost of power is high, but why it's high? Because it's expensive to develop an infrastructure. It's expensive to deploy gas. The cost of pipeline is crazy expensive. It's expensive to deliver coal also when the scale is small. And renewable energies have downsides, the intermittency. When you want to put gigawatt scale on the main grid of India, that works well. When you want to put 100 megawatt in Andaman Island, I believe we will struggle very much because the grid has limited scale. So our point is to combine renewable energies to hydrogen storage, considering we produce the hydrogen locally, and to commit to deliver a firm and stable power to the grid. So it's not only a figure we put on the PowerPoint, this is a commitment in the PPA that the capacity factor will be 80, 85, 90, 92%. If we don't meet our commitment, we give money to the utility. And we are able to do that thanks to the hydrogen. Because when there is no sun, we can deliver electricity to the grid for the whole night, for a couple of days, even the week. Then at the end of the day, it's a question of price. And in terms of numbers, I will give a very large range and approximate numbers because it's very case specific. But when you look at the context I mentioned earlier, Eastern Indonesia, Andaman Islands, Ladakh, it's diesel genset expensive. How much it costs to make electricity from diesel genset? In dollar, at least $30 cents per kilowatt hour, if not 40, 50, 60, 80. So we can be below those figures and much more below those figures. And for us, it's a way to bring a learning curve on hydrogen. And I will end by this, because in the project we do with SMBC Finance on a French island, we produce its commercial scale. It's financed by large lenders, and it brings tangible projects to the country, and it's a way step by step to reach the gigawatt scale.
Thank you. I think that's something we all need to look at. And in fact, I can quickly share that at NTPC, we also entered into an agreement with the Indian Army to deploy similar solutions in Ladakh, because when the options are very high and not grid connected, so probably electricity is also a commercially viable solution for the use of hydrogen. But probably we all know that ultimately producing electricity from green hydrogen is not something we are all looking at. These are all very localized and limited solutions, which is why probably all of us are talking about that hydrogen could be useful for hard-to-abate sectors. And Arunabha, you touched upon these earlier, so if I may get back to you. So how do you see that this thing actually panning out when we talk about hard-to-abate? So it could be steel or cement, even shipping or aviation. So how do you see, I mean, have you done some kind of study to look at the kind of timelines, and how do you see that happening?
Thanks. I'm going to answer that question, but when I end, I also have a question both for Paolo and for Matthew on what they've said. Now, I think when we talk about demand, we should be talking about final demand rather than intermediate demand. Because the problem we are having with demand is that we are saying, who's the next person who's going to take hydrogen from me? Which means it becomes the steel industry or fertilizer industry. What matters is, what does the final consumer pay for a product that has that intermediate input? Right? You and I don't walk around with steel, but we use products that use steel. Right? That could be a car, it could be a bridge made out of that. So unfortunately, what's happening is we are not doing that final conversion. So this contract, I think, that Volkswagen has with H2 Green Steel in Sweden, I think the final cost of the car goes up by 1%. So if you're spending, 60,000 euros on a car, you're paying another 600 euros. Right? So that does not seem to be, very difficult to do. Now, if you come back to the Indian case, the analysis we've done at CEW on steel, for instance, right now, if we do pure green hydrogen, then the levelized cost of steel becomes somewhere in the order of about $600 to $650 a ton. Compared to blast furnace coal-based steel, which comes somewhere in the $450 a ton. So you have a 50% delta that you have to shave off. This is why I talked about the standards. Now, in the Indian context, minimal amounts of blending with natural gas, of course, does not make it pure green, but it just does bring the cost curve down quite significantly, bringing the levelized cost of steel somewhere to the order of about 500 tons, which then, maybe KfW or someone else can provide a smaller viability gap funding. But what it does is it triggers the market, because otherwise everyone is just sitting back waiting for the cost parity to arrive. That is not how renewables began in India. We didn't sit around waiting for cost parity. We triggered a market, created the demand, and then drove down the prices through competitive auctions, to the extent that now we are, and KfW also played an important role at that early stage. So these two issues, is there a way to trigger the market in the intermediate term? And is there a way to look beyond the intermediate buyers, to look at the final buyers in various sectors to see what is the true incremental cost of using a very green fuel? Then I think we can bring back, if you look at early 2030s or so for that parity, even if you shave off 3-4 years from that, and you get there by 2028, 2029, that's significantly better for an investor who might look for an early investor, who might look for an early exit, say within the next 5-year horizon, when the rest of the players, the more conservative players come in, and you also have a significant impact on global emissions. The question I had for Paolo and for Matthew is about the infrastructure side, right? So Matthew, the examples you're giving of this French island or experiments you might be wanting to do in Indonesia, etc. How much of that infrastructure design and the learnings from actually putting on the ground could be relevant for the non-special cases like islands, etc. That's clearly what you're saying is, I've got a use case, and let me at least go and put something down. Could you just expand a little bit on what learnings from that can I deploy in more regular cases? And for Paolo, the question is, say shipping fuel, right? Global shipping routes might have to change. I've been in talks with large shipping companies. They're like, today I can go and refuel in Mumbai and Goa or in Mogadishu, right? With the same fuel. But if I have to start thinking about where do I get reliable and sufficient supply of, ammonia or whatever else, am I going to change global shipping routes? That has strategic implications, which goes back to why we need a set of rules for green hydrogen.
So Matthew, just 1 minute for you, and then I think Wolf also wants to come in on this, so quickly.
Well, thank you for the question, and very relevant question. Our ambition is not to focus on island grids only. Our ambition is to do concrete projects today. And so we start by the island grids, but we believe it's a learning curve because both on the project finance scheme and the technical side, we believe we will learn a lot, and then we can scale up, we can duplicate. So I will give a couple of examples. And I think all of you around the table may agree on the fact that when you develop an infrastructure, a power plant, you have a lot of incompressive costs. Among those costs, you have the due diligences cost to bring comfort to the lenders. So you need to pay technical advisor, legal advisor. We believe those power plants, which includes hydrogen, will help those experts to learn. And once we will need to scale up, the cost of due diligence should be optimized. Secondly, we use EPCs to implement the project like you do in a solar, wind farm, gas, and so on. And when you do the first of its kind, indeed it's more expensive than when you duplicate. But at the end of the day, we do electrolyzer, tanks, fuel cells, whether it's 10 megawatt of electrolyzer or 100 megawatt of electrolyzer, one electrolyzer remains one electrolyzer. So we believe that once we implemented the first projects, the EPC will be much more comfortable on the next projects. We could even look at a different strategy of EPCs. So again, to bring comfort to the lenders, because if there is no lender, there is no project. Usually for the first projects, we will do a turnkey solution. For the second project, even if it's 10 times larger, we may look at splitting the scope to bring the cost down. So this is how we believe this island context will be beneficial for duplicating and scaling up.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. And Wolf, I'll bring you in here, but along with whatever you wanted to say to Arnab, I also have an additional question. So if you're looking at the bankability, okay, so Arnab gave a very good idea that we could be looking at the final product, and probably the incremental there or the delta there is very, very minuscule. He said 1%. Gladdens everyone's hearts. But if I have to ask you today to bankroll a project, hydrogen project, so what are things you're looking at? What are the kind of guarantees or bankability issues? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, 2 points. First, I would like to get back to what we've discussed here just recently. Getting back to financing, and the first thought is, well, there's a viability gap, the initial costs are too high, okay, let's call for the concessional financing, let's call for KfW or some other partners like World Bank or ADBs, But maybe we have to think about, is this the right approach? Always for calling someone who's giving me money for grant, or to give me some grant funds. I mean, we have to think about, of course, the costs have to come down. That is fundamental, and that is a precondition, to further develop the whole development of this industry. But maybe we also have to think about that in the initial steps, also some others also have to take some burden on this. So costs are high, so therefore people have, because we can't wait anymore, time is of essence. We have to change now our energy policy, and this will cost more. So even if the costs are not comparable to what? I mean, of course, coal is cheap and so on and so forth, but that is not, it's from my perspective, it's the wrong question, you know, because we cannot afford such kind of thinking. So we have, so one thing is, of course, calling for KfW, give me some cheap money, but also, hey guys, we have to think up our mind, or make up our minds, we do need more money also from other partners, or maybe we have to pay more for the car, or we may have to pay more for this kind of products and so on and so forth. I know it's a difficult question because we do have already inflations very often in many countries. The energy prices did rise dramatically and so on and so forth. So this is a difficult discussion, but not always asking for cheap money. This is one solution, but not the only one. Second, if you talk about bankability or the risk mitigation, as I said, I mean, if we only focus on these various components, that is not the challenge from our side. It's straightforward technology. So I think the challenge here in these kind of projects, and I also have to say, if you talk about a hydrogen project, it's usually maybe a $1 billion project with the electrolyzer, with the RE support, with the transmission line, maybe with the offtake facility. So if you factor in all this package, or if you look at the whole package, it probably can't be financed by KfW alone, certainly not. So we may select one piece of it. And so you have to team up with other partners anyhow. And as I said, I mean, the crucial point is, are the economics in the end of the day. I wouldn't say it's the financing risks. Well, of course, it has to be covered. There will be some export credit coverage will be done for the investments, for the electrolyzer or whatever. Maybe it's also produced locally and so on. But this is done. I think that it's not for me the biggest challenge. It's more the economics. Who's going to pay in the end?
Yeah, so Anuj also is very interested in how to finance a project. So Anuj, I actually have one more. You know, we are Indians, so we play cricket. I don't play now, but we try to bowl googly, so I'll add one googly for you. So, I mean, if I have to ask you one additional question to what you want to say, the one big challenge I think most of the ammonia project, green ammonia project developers now are talking about is that when it's backed by renewable energy, so those are 25-year contracts. And most of these ammonia contracts are maybe 3 years, 5 years, whatever. So I'll also like you to answer that. So if you're looking at the risk perception for a green hydrogen, green ammonia project, so how do you look at that as well?
Sure, Mohit. As in, maybe just first to continue with what Wolf mentioned on the bankability. There are sources of capital, right? Different sources of capital. And when it comes to international bank market or the domestic bank market or maybe the international capital markets, there are a few things which are like very critical when we have to tap that. One is, as in how do we come and sort of achieve a bankable structure? And a very critical part, and we've been discussing this in parts, is the bankable offtake scheme. And this offtake has, I guess, two elements to it. One is, who are we selling this green hydrogen to? We can sell it to the major industry players like steel or the concrete or the cement industry. You will have large players who are credible, who would have this requirement for, say, 25 years, 30 years. So that is something which is a plus. When it comes to transportation, we've discussed this, there is still a lack of, and obviously this has to develop in future, the infrastructure for refueling of fuel cells, right? We were talking about shipping. It is also for trains. It is also for buses. You will need to have a domestic infrastructure when we have to sort of move into transportation there. And then the sub-element, another sub-element is what Matthew was talking about, where we use green hydrogen for storage and sort of solve the intermittency of renewable energy. So that is also a part of it. Now, all these aspects needs to be considered from a volume risk perspective, but there is also a price risk, right? How do we price green hydrogen in our offtake agreements? And from a bankability perspective, obviously, sort of a financial institution would expect that there is some sort of a fixed price element to it or a cost plus element to it. And does that really make sense for the end consumer or not is something which we need to figure that out. While we have the SECI coming in and doing sort of aggregation like what they've done in renewable energy, but eventually we'll have to solve the end consumer and how does green hydrogen reach them and whether they are credible enough to hold this for 15 years or 20 years or 30 years, right? So this is one element on the bankability side. The other element is the technology risk as well, which we should also touch upon. The electrolyzer technology for an efficient, for a cost-effective capacity is still evolving. And for any sort of financing to be tied up, which is maybe not concessional or it's from the different sources, you will need to have a proven sort of a technology. While obviously, like what we've seen in solar, the technology has evolved over the last 10, 15 years, and it's still evolving. You have monoPERC, you have TOPCon coming, you have HJT coming. So it's not like that the technology evolution will stop at a certain stage, but you will need, in the next few years, we'll need to reach a stage where we are confident that it is a stable sort of a technology for next 20 years, 25 years. And it also comes along with the credible suppliers for that technology. You may have smaller players right now manufacturing electrolyzer, but when those suppliers are providing warranties, both the developer market and the lender market would need to be comfortable with that warranties. So I would say apart from these two, the main big thing is the government support across the chain. And we have seen in last 10 years that we have a target of renewable energy, maybe 175 megawatt, 175 gigawatt and 500 gigawatt. We're still not there. So there has been challenges, and the same challenges and we'll face those same challenges even in green hydrogen as well, because renewable is part of it, right? And this will also bring in new sort of challenges, like the transportation, the infrastructure, the supply, how exactly green hydrogen moves from the hub to the consumer is something which is sort of very critical at this stage. So that's the broad element which I have from the bankability perspective.
So any quick comment on the time difference between a renewable project and a green hydrogen? Because someone is setting up a green hydrogen project, they also tie up renewable power for the next 25 years, whereas they're only selling for 3 years or 2 years.
Yeah. So that is something I would say an ideal project in the initial stage would need to have an end-to-end solution, like a project which is combining renewable plus hydrogen generation plus supply of that is something ideal, and there you would need a long-term sort of a contract to start with. But having said that, this whole space, green hydrogen space, is still at a nascent stage where we're thinking, and everyone needs to be a bit more flexible, lender as well as developer, so that we are able to sort of reach that stage and then build from there.
So thanks, Anuj, and I think you raised a point about government support, and so I come back to my India expert in a bit. The National Hydrogen Mission, and I think Arunabha also mentioned that initial thought was to have a green hydrogen consumption obligation. Tobias, you also said, I believe that's still on the table. That's what I would not say postponed as yet, but it's in the works. Probably the government is looking at it, because demand creation domestically is probably as important as looking at the export market totally. So keeping that in mind, and if we, Tobias, I'm asking you this. So if we look at the targets under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, so how do you see India being ready to achieve those targets, both in terms of equipment supply, the domestic equipment supply, the offtake, of course, is definitely required. And then do you see that there's something else required to be done at the government or the country level to make it happen?
I don't really want to comment too much on this. For me, the main topic remains the offtake and are final consumers willing to pay that premium. And I totally agree that we have to look at where people are willing to buy those premiums. And then the comment on cooperation and looking at Europe and maybe looking at different value streams than just exporting. Paulo, you had mentioned it, no, not just exporting green ammonia, but maybe thinking one step ahead, and then you put in the topic of steel. German companies or European companies committed themselves to decarbonize not only in Europe, they committed themselves to decarbonize all over the world. So there will be demand for green steel by Volkswagen, BMW, and so on, also in India. Yeah? And we see those kind of things coming. I mean, the easiest way to decarbonize steel is just to use green electricity instead of coal with the AIF, no? So it's just switching the electricity from black to green, and it's happening in India, no? Best example, the Saloa, no? But the next step is then, okay, even then it gets more costly, so who'll buy it? And then CBAM comes in, no? So carbon border adjustment mechanism, no? And then we are starting to talk about win-wins of decarbonization. And I must admit that this is already advanced stage of discussions, but this is where the music right now is in the background, because we are talking about India having competitive advantages in producing pre-products that can be then also exported to other countries. And in Germany, we have a wonderful popular think tank called Agora Industry, and they're specifically looking into win-wins for decarbonization. That means like where India can actually profit and benefit from foreign money being pumped into the country to develop projects, and where the foreign country like Germany itself can also benefit. And if you know, for example, the latest study from Agora Industry just came out a couple of weeks ago on green iron, not green steel, green iron. And in Europe itself, it's calculated that around 3.3 to 4-5% of the jobs in the steel value chain will be lost if you import green iron from, for example, India to Europe and make green steel out of it. But you protect 95% of the jobs in Europe, because now with the green iron, with the green pre-product, Germany will be able to produce the lowest cost green steel, which is anyway has to, no? And CBAM is protecting it. And for India, that's the advantage, because the iron is what needs the green hydrogen, not the steel itself. It's the iron. So by exporting those pre-products to Europe, Europe has an advantage because it can finish the products, high quality, with its local jobs, and India is able to supply. Sorry for this kind of excursion, but because I think Paulo touched a very important point. No, if we talk about infrastructure, exports, and so on, let's not only think about hydrogen, ammonia, methanol, and SAF. Let's also talk about those products which have the hydrogen incorporated, and that was the other question or comment by Arun Navaji, that at the end the final consumer has to pay for it. So clean border adjustment mechanism, and then win-wins through decarbonization, and then looking into which industrial products India can actually produce at a lower cost than others. I think there is a lot of business coming up. And I was also very impressed, one last comment, because it really impressed me. Our Vice Chancellor of Germany, and he's also the energy minister, and he's also the industry minister, he's also the commerce minister, yeah, Dr. Robert Habeck. He's just here in India. He's here at the venue actually right now. And 2 days ago in Delhi, he said, economic affairs are now almost always power affairs. So he says that electricity will become the main good of energy. Energy will be mainly electricity. If we talk about decarbonization, it's electrification, 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 electrification. And what we cannot electrify, we will need some molecules based out of hydrogen. again, no, made out of electricity. So very, very deep comment actually for me, listening to a to a minister, vice chancellor of Germany saying economic affairs are almost always now power affairs.
Yeah, that's good to hear. So Paulo, rounding off the panel with you, so probably I'll have a couple of questions there also. So you heard all the other people on the panel and all very, very important and strong views. So how do you see, I mean, if I ask you in general in two parts, one is globally, how do you see the hydrogen economy, if I may say so, expanding, and any broad timelines and the kind of quantums? But if I look at the India decarbonization story, how do you see that getting moved or getting, riding on the hydrogen story?
Okay. Hello, thank you very much for the two questions, and I will link them on the previous question of Runaba, and on the fact that I really much like and agree with much of what was said here. And it's all about rotates, how do we create volume and critical mass? What is the best way? Now, I'm from Rome. There, we used to say Rome Empire was not built in one day. Now, sometimes we pretend to go from 1 megawatt to the gigawatt scale in one step. Or, as you said, from gray to green in one step. Why? This makes not really sense. And I liked both examples. And by the way, the best way to me to create volume is to create good examples. There is nothing else as effective to create examples that are viable and that can be replicated. So I like very much the fact that you look at niche markets today, niche of islands where the competitor is very high price. It makes a lot of sense to do these projects right now. I like very much your point of why don't we blend a bit of the gray hydrogen, and it's already a progress. And this is why the IEA has proposed a system of classification of hydrogen which looks at the life cycle environmental performance without making a threshold. This is good, this is bad. But rather to have an instrument that each country and each corporate can choose over time its own roadmap to go from gray to green. And by the way, when you look at the experience in the past, the most effective label ever in Europe has been the green label of appliances, which was a voluntary label, which was only classifying, this is class A, class B, class C, class D, and it has been the most important label transforming the market on a voluntary basis. It was not mandatory. Now, why I'm saying this? Because this is crucial for creating the export, the whole global trade. You asked the global perspective. This problem is everywhere. It's not just in India. You asked about infrastructure. Same thing. Look, we are at CEM. There is a CEM port campaign, which is very important because it looks at examples. Ports will be a nodal infrastructure point. And if there are examples, and recently we were with the Singapore Maritime Authority, which wants to become one of the biggest hubs for green ammonia, and they have a bilateral agreement with Rotterdam. These are the kind of examples that we need to foster and then replicate. When it comes to India, India has many, many advantages. First, you have one of the best combination of solar and wind and low-cost electrolyzer production, which actually makes in some Indian state, not everywhere, one of the best places of the world to supply hydrogen. You have demand, which you can connect also via pipeline in some cases, and if you don't pretend to go from gray to green in one step, but in steps, I think this will work. And then you have also potentially the big infrastructure to become exporter. I think what is needed is this kind of roadmap over time rather than pretending everything to do in one step.
Thank you, that was very nice. And although I do agree with a lot of things what Arunabha says, but I do have an issue there, and this is not for you to respond. But I do have a point that in the case of India, for example, if we're talking about green hydrogen, we have to move from gray to green because we don't have anything in between. We don't produce gas to, like make blue and sequester and so on and so forth. So for us, it's always has to be we have to move towards low carbon or whatever we want to call it now. I believe those are the kind of discussions happening in the meetings. So it has to be green because that makes sense for us. And I think both Tobias and Paulo said the same thing, that we are potentially endowed with the best resources in terms of producing probably among the lowest cost hydrogen in the world. Thanks to the panel, I have 5 minutes. What I can do is, if we all agree, we open the floor for 2 questions. My request is simple. Please do not comment. I think we had enough comments on the stage. So if you have questions, please ask the questions so that the panelists can actually reply. So, so we have one in the front and one in the back. We'll do that. So can, please, mic is coming to you,
Thank you very much for the great panel. My name is Fatih Yilmaz from CAPSARC, a Riyadh-based energy think tank. So my question is going to be our European colleagues, how the CBAM, the EU CBAM, will actually affect the green hydrogen processing or decarbonization efforts in the next few years. I think it's going to become effective very soon, in a few years, the CBAM. And Europe imports a lot of heavy industry materials from the rest of the world, like India, China. And that's going to have...
I think you asked 2 or 3, so I think let's take that. So, Paulo, you want to go, or Tobias, you want to go, or Wolf? How does CBAM affect...
We don't know. But certainly for those who are reconsidering their investments and who are talking about additional capacity and new investments, it's positive, no? I mean, there's no doubt, no? So economies which have already invested, no? For them, it's kind of like, how do I become green? But for countries like India, where so much growth, only in steel, I think you're planning to double your capacity within the next 5 to 10 years. So there's a lot of new investment decisions right now happening. And if you have new investment decisions, and you already know that there is new off-takers for green, then this is certainly, I see this as very, very positive for India. But those who are let's say, from the old days and don't want to change and have already invested, certainly are looking now to know how to become a part of it in a positive way. No, but for India, in general, I would say completely positive.
Please.
Yeah, hi, my name is Santosh. I represent a firm called Imagine. We work in the green hydrogen space. So I have a question just extending from Mr. Wolf's remark that the burden should be shared. Number of risks we have talked about is offtake, finance, innovation, but the biggest risk is related to that, right? That we are still at the core, at our core beliefs, it's all about shareholder value and shareholder returns, right? So shouldn't there be a fundamental shift from that if we really want to move towards a green economy and a green hydrogen kind of ecosystem in the next 5 to 10 years without relying too much on the, let's say, public sector funding as well? So, and if yes, if you do agree to that, then what could be the way, that we move towards that? And can we put that on the higher agenda to move away or to, shift our mindset towards a more green thinking?
I think you need to give him time to understand the question. So, you got the question?
Yeah, it's a fair point, actually. It's always the question, what should be the target rate when you start with such an investment? It does remind me to a project which we financed in Morocco. It was the huge solar power plant in Ouarzazate, it was the biggest worldwide. And it was heavily subsidized even by the Moroccan king. So he put in additional funds because he said, no, I believe in this technology, I believe in renewable energy. Morocco has to get independent of oil imports. And he said, okay, I have to make the first step. It's expensive, the first step is expensive. I make some losses, but I'm willing to do this. And that's where we come in. We are prepared to come up with good financing, with good package to start with the first project. And that's the point. We have to develop step by step. We cannot answer all the questions today. But if we want to answer them today, then we'll never move forward. We have to make a first step. And we are prepared for this. And the technical, what you mentioned, the risks, we are a banker. That's our business. We're gonna find ways to cope with risk. There are mitigations instruments. That's our business. If there's willingness, we're gonna find a way.
So thank you to the audience. I'm sorry, we'll have to stop here. So I'll just request all of you to one date. I'd request you to give a date. If we talk about a gigawatt scale deployment of any hydrogen or hydrogen derivative project, so what, according to you, is the year that will happen, whether in India or outside? So you want to start, or? By which year you think large-scale, gigawatt-scale deployment of hydrogen or hydrogen derivative plant, green? Give me India answer, we'll all be happy. So, Tobias, here you go.
Congratulations. India in, I think, 1949. 1949. In 1949, India had, in 1950, in the Nangal fertilizer plant, ammonia, India already had installed, with hydropower, one of the largest electrolyzers in the world. It was around 145 megawatt by Thyssen Nocera, actually. And yeah, unfortunately, that electricity, then it became so expensive it had to be replaced by gas. But you were already at almost gigawatt scale 70 years ago.
So I think he's still keen on history. So Wolf, over to you. I'm asking somewhere in the future. I'm not going to...
But it will take some years to get back to this level.
Yeah, so that's the date I'm asking you. So I'm not going to, like penalize you if it doesn't happen. Obviously, you know that.
I think everybody's convinced that we have to move ahead with the hydrogen technology. And if we reach the targets, whatever it is, I'm not such a friend, of nice numbers in the future. For me, the wish is that within the next 2-3 years, we have closed hydrogen projects here in India. Then I'll be happy.
Good. Arnava?
Okay, I'll give you an answer. I think we can do this before 2030. And I'll tell you why. We have, permit me 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I think we are struggling with a shift from competitive capitalism to too much directed capitalism. And what we need is coordinated capitalism. All the countries are wanting to become a vertically integrated firm on hydrogen. Everyone wants to make everything about the electrolyzer, the minerals, the offtake, all of that, except someone else should buy it. I think what we need to accelerate to that scale is we need coordinated capitalism. So if it's electrolyzers, what is the best supply chain that we can develop for the best, lowest cost electrolyzer that can be manufactured that everyone benefits from? Where's the best place where you can get green iron from? Where's the best place you can get green steel from? I think if we do too much directed capitalism, we'll have a suboptimal market. If we set the rules right, then the investors will come in much more quickly and the financial closure will happen more quickly.
Paulo, just a year, please.
No, because I can only give you something like 3 years after real contracts are closed. Now, with one observation, Morocco was mentioned, and I will mention Oman again. What do they have in common? A dedicated institution. In Morocco it was Oman, and in Morocco it was Mazen, and in Oman it's Hydrom, which is dedicated only to this, and to create the viability of the contracts and looking at supply and demand. India can do much more if you really go in this way.
I will tell 5 years to give a number. Why 5 years? Firstly, gigawatt scale, you mean gigawatt electrolyzer. If you look at the annual capacity today, the real one, not the one on paper, but the real one, I don't think we reach 1 gigawatt of manufacturing capacity worldwide today. But in Europe, it's coming. There are a lot of subsidies in Germany, in France, in Italy, I assume also. or maybe less in Italy, but the gigawatt scale is coming. There is a French company named McPhee with a plant in Italy. I believe they look at this scale. Some of those suppliers, they join forces with Indian stakeholders. I have two examples in mind. Greenco made a partnership, Larsen and Turbo also with McPhee. So 5 years sounds realistic if there is an off-taker.
Anuj.
Sure. So I guess the year is important, but if we are able to get a right structure in next couple of years and identify how each element of the whole chain will work, that is more important, and that is the right measure of success of this push from the government.
So the only person who said very clearly was before 2030, so I'll stick to that, and which kind of gels very well with, you said so? No, you said we've already done it, so.
I checked it again. Sorry, it was 1962, I checked it, 1962.
Fair enough. So we end on a good note. We can do it within 5 years. That's what I heard. So, and which is what probably we need to do to make the hydrogen work. So thanks once again. It was great. I had a good time. I hope you had too. And probably more importantly, whether the audience had a good time, they found that this was entertaining, other than exciting and informative. So thanks once again.
I request all the panelists to kindly be on stage. I request Mr. Mohit Bhargava sir to kindly hand over the mementos to each of the participants on stage. I request all the participants to kindly align for the photograph and give a big smile towards the camera.
now request our Chairman and Managing Director, Sri K. Sikanji, to please present a planter to welcome our chief guest, Sri Ghanashyam Prasadji, Chairperson CA. May I now invite Chairman Power Grid, Sri K. Sikanji, to please present the welcome address as well as the opening remarks. Thank you.
A very good afternoon. Sri Ghanashyam Prasad, Chairperson CEA, all the delegates attending this side event. We are also privileged to have Mr. Narasimhan, Chairperson of Grid India, amongst us. Colleagues from Power Grid, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you all to this side event on offshore wind power evacuation for energy transition. As the leading transmission utility of India, Power Grid has always been at the forefront of bringing various new technologies for transmission into the country since or over the last 3 decades. Whether it is the HVDC transmission or the introduction of flexible AC transmission systems or the STATCOMs or PMUs, I mean, increasing the AC voltage levels, demonstrating 1200 kV transmission, AC transmission. Power Grid has always been at the forefront of technology innovation or introducing the latest technologies, transmission technologies into the country. Now, the transition to net zero or the increase in RE, the target of 50% RE capacity by 2030 also includes 30 gigawatts of offshore wind, and that will be the new challenge in transmission. We have been facilitating the evacuation of RE, be it from solar in Rajasthan or southern states, Karnataka and AP, or wind from Gujarat or Tamil Nadu, Karnataka or other locations. Power Grid has facilitated the RE evacuation, and I think more than 15 gigawatts of RE at least must be riding on our corridors dedicated for RE. Now the challenge we see is in offshore evacuation, offshore wind evacuation. The government has come forth with very categorical plans for transmission to evacuate offshore wind. And this workshop is to bring knowledge sharing from the various entities involved in the building of offshore wind transmission infrastructure. So we have a set of very experienced speakers. I look forward to hearing from them, and once again welcome you to this side event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for this workshop. So may I now request our honorable chief guest for this side event, Sri Ghanashyam Prasadji, Chairperson CA, to please say a few words and address the gathering. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. I think every time I think of this kind of a workshop, it takes me back to the era where we started promoting renewables. And that time also, we were very much worried when we are trying to bring solar or wind into the system because of their variability, because of their uncertainty, how we are going to integrate that into the system. But then that journey was definitely, initially we had some hurdles. With those studies carried out in CA, CTU, power grid, etc., we started integrating in a larger manner. And net result is that we have accelerated the pace of development of renewables into the system. And that was probably the cause of our meeting the NDC target of COP21 in a much faster manner and maybe 9 years ahead of time. And that also led us to give a larger commitment to the world that we can not only achieve 40%, but we can even go up to 50% by 2030. Then still came the issue of the gestation period of transmission lines, which normally takes around 2 years to 3 years or 4 years, depending on the terrain, depending on the technology that you are going to use, whether it is AC or HVDC, etc. Wherein the solar, wind, etc. used to come somewhere around maybe starting between 18 months to 2 years. Then we formulated and we rethought and rechanged the entire policy of planning the transmission line and then its execution as well. So instead of planning it based on the firm demand, we said, okay, we'll go ahead with planning based on the potential demands. And that is how the potential areas were identified, and we started planning transmission networks based on the potential areas. And we said that transmission line must come ahead of generation so that our RE power, which is supposed to be must run as per the statute, should not be stranded at any point of time. And that is how the pace accelerated further going forward. Last 1 year, because there was no visibility of how we are going to achieve the further enhanced target of 500 gigawatt of renewable into the system by 2030, which will be way beyond COP26 commitment. And then we said, okay, let's have that transmission plan also in place so that everybody has a visibility. The RE developers as well as the transmission developers, both of them must have a visibility where the RE plant is going to come and where the transmission lines is, or the transmission system is going to be in place so that both are in sync together. That led us to bringing out the 500 gigawatt transmission plan by 2030. That plan is already out. And out of that plan, it's not only the plan, but it's the executive action plan, I'll say, because we have already done a number of transmission lines into that. There are a number of transmission lines which are under construction and a number of transmission lines which are under bidding process. Even the process of approval have been made much faster. There had been reforms in that area, and Ministry of Power, CA, CTU, Power Grid, etc., every one of us, all these stakeholders joined together. We have tried to see that the process of approval also gets reformed to a larger extent. There had been delegation of powers to CTU, to CA, to as well as larger, to only some few projects will go to the ministry. So regulatory reforms after coming into the GNA effect, then process of planning reforms, and leading us to where we are as of now. We are seeing that at least we have sufficient transmission system into the grid, Indian grid, so that there is no RE power which is getting stressed or stranded as of now. Not only that, we have a spare capacity also, and which have been clearly told to the RE developers that, look, these are the places where we have spare capacity, and that spare capacity is to an extent of around 34 gigawatt. It's not 1 or 2 gigawatt, it's 34 gigawatt, wherein you have a visibility. Please go plan, establish your RE and get connectivity at the
at the very first instance of time. So after having resolved all the issues of connectivity, faster development of transmission lines, we thought let us have some more visibility into the system. And CA is also mandated to bring out the National Electricity Plan for generation, transmission, etc. Generation plan is already notified, and based on the generation plan, we also make transmission plan. And that transmission plan is now going to be released for public consultation, and that is going to be up to 2032. Besides this, we also noticed that normally any plan which is being made was never getting revised within a mid-period. We make a plan for 5 years, nobody sees that plan. So we have made another construct of revising our transmission plans every 6 months based on what we achieved and what we are supposed to do and what is the change dynamics into the system so that we take care of the entire system as a whole and try to see that we are in sync with the development that is happening into the power sector as well as into the transmission sector as well. And this task is already being done by CTU, and every 6 months you will find that for next 5 years, the working plan is already there on this website of CTU, and this is done jointly by CA and CTU together so that there is a huge amount of visibility to all the stakeholders of the power sector as such. Coming towards now the topic of the day today, because it's a power evacuation, so that reminded me the journey that we took right from the day when we tried to accelerate the renewables into the system. Since we are facing a lot of land issues into the system because of the huge amount of solar and wind that we are going to integrate into the Indian grid. Even by 2030, that amounts to something like 290 gigawatt of solar, which requires huge amount of land. Similarly, around 100 gigawatt of wind. If I take this figure going up to 2047, the number is mind-boggling. That will be released very soon by CA. We have already completed the study on that part as well. But then, since there is land has to be judiciously utilized, we have started searching for alternate sites for wind power, and that's the offshore. 2 studies at Gujarat as well as Tamil Nadu has been carried out. The detailed studies reveals that the CUF at these 2 places are much better than the onshore wind, and that is how we have tried to promote this, and very soon you will see that these sites are getting bidded out, and if it is done so, then we will require evacuation system onto the mainland so that the basic power is consumed by the consumers of the country. In that endeavor, the plans are already worked out for Gujarat as well as for Tamil Nadu, how we are going to have a pooling stations or sub-pooling stations right at the platform itself, how that gets connected through cables, sorry, through cables to the mainland, and from the mainland, how we are able to evacuate to further down the system. I see a few challenges in this particular game when we started talking to the people down the line. One, the very first one was the availability of cables. Second, I think is again the time in which we really want to commission these projects, because we want it to be, I mean, once we plan, we see that it doesn't get delayed because of a number of reasons, either the suppliers or maybe this technology or this cable system will be used first time in the country. We might have some more nuances about the deck part or about the yards, etc., etc. So I think better than me, I can see L&T, I can see others who are really into the game and who will be the infrastructure developers for this particular area. I really look upon to you all to really provide a breakthrough first, because the first entrant is really going to face major challenge, and after that, replication of that probably will not be an issue in the Indian system. And let me assure you, whatever help that will be required from the planner side, from the policy side, regulatory side, all supports will be given to all the developers who are going to come into this particular area. With that, let me wish you all a good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring as well as the encouraging words. And also, you have thrown us the challenges for development of this wind power evacuation system. And this is why the workshop has been organized to bring up the mitigating measures to address those challenges. So with this, we have come to the end of the inaugural session of this workshop. Now we will start with the technical sessions. So yeah. In this technical session, there will be 6 eminent experts. They will deliberate upon the various aspects of the entire gamut of the offshore wind evacuation system. So we will start one by one. So may I request Puneet, please come.
Thank you very much, sir. Respected esteemed dignitaries in the forum, it's a matter of really pride and privilege for me to be here at this moment and to see a transmission grid going offshore, because we have seen the transmission grid going across length and breadth, and we have seen a national grid being formed, but this is something which is a new endeavor, and it's very, very exciting from power grid perspective. And I also welcome the speakers here, the experts. We have tried to cover the complete value chain of creating an evacuation system for offshore wind from up to the mainland. And the first thing which comes up in my mind is that the platform, like offshore platform, is something which we have read being a part of the offshore wind evacuation in Europe and in the other part of the world. But this is first thing which, from a utility perspective, we have this challenge in our mind. And I'm pleased to invite Mr. Kostav for having an inaugural session on the offshore wind platform from L&T. Mr. Kostav has a lot of experience in the offshore grid oil and gas field, and he's heading L&T, this offshore wind power business. And may please take the first session, offshore wind platform, sir. Please, sir.
Respected dignitaries and my fellow professionals, good afternoon. Before I start this presentation, let me thank PGCIL for giving this opportunity to come and present about offshore substations, and we'll briefly take you through a little bit about our company and also what we have been doing so far in offshore substation and what kind of things we need to probably consider while we embark on this very interesting journey as a part of the energy transition. So Larsen & Toubro, for people who are traveled from outside India, we are at about a $23 billion company, been here for about 85 years across various industries, and we consider ourselves as nation builder in construction, in energy sector, manufacturing, and information technology. So we have been kind of there in areas, particularly in energy, in oil and gas, and also in power and transmission and distribution that has taken us to across about 30 countries across the globe. So it's a large organization, so easily it can be seen this through a slide, bucketed into 3, largely energy and construction forming the projects. This is about 70% of our company of this 23 billion, and the balance is manufacturing and services. So within the energy sector, you can see that we are grouped in the oil and gas and the renewable business, the offshore wind, the solar, and now we also are manufacturing electrolyzers. So that's the renewable part. And construction, of course, we have this unique combination where the high voltage knowledge of our power transmission and distribution clubbed with the offshore experience is what is coming as a combined integrated solution provider for offshore wind farms. A quick glimpse of our commitment to being water neutral by 2035 and carbon neutral by 2040. This journey has started about 15, 20 years back, but it has now taken a different kind of a proportion in view of all the discussions that we are having across the globe. A little bit about our offshore experience. More than 30 years, we have been doing projects in between Far East to Africa. And most of the oil and gas facilities that we see in India in the east and west coast, either from ONGC or from GSPC earlier, and British gas erstwhile, now Shell. We have been in one way or the other involved right from concept to commissioning in some of the facilities. The one picture which you see, we have commissioned this last year, the world's largest low salinity plant that we commissioned. And then apart from that, of course, we have done in excess of $14 billion of projects in offshore on EPCI basis, and involving process platforms, control rooms, switchgear rooms, living quarters, and everything that is required to have offshore facilities running. Some glimpses of mega projects that we did for ONGC. This is one of the famous MHN complex. This is one more. This is about a 28-month project, $500 million. We finished this about 86 days ahead of schedule. So PMI USA had given in 2019 an award of best projects in Philadelphia. The sheer magnitude of this project, but finishing it close to 3 months ahead of schedule was something which was probably possible because of the one-team concept that Larsen & Toubro had taken with ONGC. And with a lot of collaboration from all the stakeholders, something like this was possible. Outside India, for Saudi Aramco today, we are executing about $12 billion of projects in Saudi Arabia for Saudi Aramco in oil and gas, in renewables. We have been given a recent award of $2 billion for NEOM project, which involves solar, BESS, and interconnections with interfaces with the onshore wind. This is something in the Far East side, which we did for Total on a Total specification at a water depth of 150 meters, a jacket with a top side that you can see here. This has been, again, concept to commissioning and then handing over. Now, this is the summary of experience that we have for doing substations and transmission lines, more than 1,000 substations, high voltage up to 765 kV for GIS, and for AIS about 1200 kV. And the two teams combined together, we are now looking at serving this sector of offshore wind farm, including right from the foundations up to the onshore substation. Now this, so far is the background. Now coming to the main subject, and we have little time, so I'm rushing a bit. So these are the main components of offshore wind farm at a glance. So globally, today we are talking to about 16 countries, right from Far East to US, and where we are pre-qualified to participate for these packages. And I would like to probably share to this group that the way it is constructed, that this entire offshore wind farm is broken down into 7 or 8 packages. And that one part is the WTG foundation, and then of course the main turbine generator forms a package which clients directly deal with. It's as an bought out. Then we have the AC substation, which goes largely as EPCI. That means right up to commissioning as a single package. And if it is beyond 80 kilometers, what we see globally, largely in Europe, you tend to minimize your losses by converting it and then only exporting the power to onshore. And the cable forms distinctly another package, and that could be seen as probably an EPCI. So here in Indian context, it's HVAC, and maybe we'll dwell upon that in the coming slides. So typically a project like this takes, in terms of tenure, maybe 30 to 36 months, right from concept. And it involves what we call as a FEED where the locations and the surveys and the bathymetry, the soil data, everything is required to be taken into consideration before a feed package can be considered to be developed. And from that feed, it takes about 10 to 16 months for having a detail engineering done for a package like this, followed by a very strong supply chain, because today, because of the huge traction that we see here across the globe for high voltage equipments, cables, and also steel and offshore construction vessels, it is very important to integrate the supply chain to ensure risk-free execution of such projects when we undertake for development of an offshore wind farm. So, and then of course, we have talked about, having a fabrication facility as close as possible so that you can minimize transportation, and undertaking an installation to complete this. And then of course, laying the cable, connecting and pre-commissioning, commissioning before it is energized and then handed over to the operator. So this is at a glimpse the EPCI, what are the segments that are required to ensure a smooth execution for delivering an offshore HVAC substation. Coming to engineering, today we talk about digital twins from concept right up to O&M, operation and maintenance. The world is still learning to see how these operations of these wind farms are going to take. You hear our stories of turbine repairs, you hear about downtimes in the substations, but over a period of time, last 10 or 12 years, I think whatever is happening in Europe has been a very good learning opportunity for the rest of the world. And we see a lot of improvements the countries like UK, Germany, Belgium, Denmark are bringing in. And probably when we start thinking about such things in India, a lot of those lessons should be part of our execution strategy, right from engineering to commissioning. As supply chain today, I think you can't think of a project without looking at the supply chain, right from engineering to the supplies of the high voltage equipments and the construction vessels, as I mentioned. These are of paramount importance, and without taking into account these key things, putting a schedule in place which is close to being realistic is not possible. So our active dialogue, such as that PGCL has started, is a very good way to do that, and we see that happening in Europe extensively. Operators, developers are actually inviting the industry stakeholders and aligning their manufacturing with their project plan in a way that there is a high amount or high degree of visibility to both the sides, and there are lesser surprises. For India, a structure like this, typically a jacket would weighing around 1,500 to 2,000 metric ton, piles maybe 1,000 to 1,200 metric ton, a top side which could be somewhere between 2,500 to 4,000 metric ton depending upon the rating of the platform. It requires large fabrication yards. And typically, this shows about the 3 yards which Larsen & Toubro has, one in Oman and 2 in India, one near Surat, and the second one is in near Chennai, a place called Kattupalli. Collectively, these 3 yards add up to about 2.2 million square meters and a fabrication capacity of 200,000 metric tons per annum. So a jetty, you need a very strong, very high capacity jetty to load out these structures, and also a nearby port near to the sites near Tuticorin and also in Gujarat, to ensure that rest of the stuff that you get, the towers, the nacelle and the blades for assembly and then towing to the site. Some glimpses of a typical yard that you would like to have, and you can see some pictures where you see these jackets are getting fabricated. This is a picture taken from a yard in Oman. This one shows the yard in Surat, which also manufactures offshore structures. You can see the dedicated jetty with piles and jackets at the lower part of the picture. they have been actually fabricated. Some of these structures are probably, in terms of dimension, could be footprint would be 40 by 30 meters, and height could be about 80, 85 meters, weighing around 2,000 to 2,000 metric ton. This is the yard which is closest to Tuticorin, about 900,000 square meters, and also have delivered structures, jackets, topsides, also deep water projects that we have in 98/2 today, which is executed from this yard. And finally, the construction vessel. Everything after being ready, the trickiest and the riskiest part of this is loading out these structures onto a barge. Typically, either you skid it or through an SPMT, or there could be, for lighter structures, it could be lifting through cranes. And then you have these heavy duty HLVs, heavy lift cranes. The one which you see is an Indian flagged vessel, 3,000 metric ton, short ton. And anything within that capacity can be done by this crane. Otherwise, usually we charter vessels from outside India, from Europe or from Southeast Asia to get the construction done here for offshore projects that we do for ONGC. And of course, hookup and commissioning, this is another tricky part. Once the structure is there, the integration, the connectivities, the inter-array cables running through the J-tubes onto the HVAC substation, and finally the export cable running onto the onshore. This entire part comes under the hookup and commissioning before energization can be undertaken. Some glimpses of HVAC substations, how they look like. The gap between the water and the lowest part of the top side is called an air gap. It is decided based on 100-year data, which is generally collected for that location, so that you see all your equipments are way above within the safe limits. So there's a 3 minutes video which will give you a very good understanding of how a typical structure like this is undertaken. Each level of the deck gets fabricated as an individual pancake in the yard. There are various types of design. This is beam and bracing design. You also have Treskin design, depending on size of the top sides. jacket which actually sits on the seabed and piled before the topside is being put onto it. A vertical jacket with a cable deck on it. The red ones are called SPFDs. They usually jack up the topside and then they wheel it onto the barge. One of the most riskiest operations in offshore. This is called load out. Now you have the HLV waiting there, ready to lift the jacket. Now this is piling. You drive piles onto the seabed, typically up to 80 to 100 meters, depending on the soil properties. The interface with the cable laying and pulling the cables onto the deck has a very big importance with the deck installation. A typical schedule. So I think the purpose of having this 3-minute video was the best way to, represent this graphically for people to understand what it involves. But things are much more complex than this animated movie. The schedule typically looks, as I mentioned, about 30 months to 36 months. The critical path is the HV equipment. A year and a half back, a transformer would come in 14 to 16 months. Today it is coming in 24 to 26 months, nothing less than that. So if this HV equipments come 14 to 16 months, we can get this platform ready in 24 months. But today, the timeline is about 32 months minimum. And that is one of the reasons why the supply chain integration with your project development plan is so very critical. And finally, the concluding side, there are many other points, but whatever we could think of are the key things which for this group to think when we are aspiring to bring offshore wind into India. Optimized evacuation solution, because I have been watching, Europe has recently learned that individual wind farms with individual substations onto individual evacuation onto onshore is proving expensive. So now they have started taking a very integrated approach within the country and amongst the country. About 6 months back, Belgium, Denmark, Germany, and UK came up with a $35 billion program where these countries will be completely interconnected. And probably the load sharing and in terms of infrastructure, I think the cost optimization will be significant, and I would suggest the group to also consider this as a starting point, that when we look at developing our infrastructure, it has to be keeping 15 years, 20 years in mind, so that we have facilities. Today we have 2 gigawatt substations coming up in Europe, where they have future expansions which can be built into the existing platform, what they're building. Probably 3 or 4 years down the line when these will be commissioned, they will have provisions for another 10 years to add wind farms in and around that vicinity. Site selection, I've talked about global supply chain, manufacturing facilities for yards, port facilities, robust interface management, and a complete start to end, starting with the end in mind, right up to decommissioning. Everything has to be a part of the plan to get a proper estimation of the cost and therefore also the LCOE. And then, of course, the offshore construction and O&M. Thank you very much. With the given time, I think, I had to rush up a lot, but if there are any questions, otherwise, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kaustav sir, for giving this insight about the various components of an offshore wind farm. And we see the packaging, concept of packaging, and how the facilities have to be are required for making the top side, which is an integrated unit, and lifted to the side. So a lot of, different type of skill sets and different type of infrastructure which is being required, sir. Thank you for this visual, sir. Sir, it's a bit harsh on my part to say that we have a small, the time is very short and we should limit our presentations to within 10 to 12 minutes, sir. But the subject is so interesting that we may flow with it. But let us try to see that how we concise and we can build on this in future. Sir, now I request Mr. Patnaik, because the next thing which comes into our mind is that the geophysical part of an offshore evacuation process plays a very important role. And I think that we have with us, we are fortunate to have with us Mr. Patnaik, who will be providing an insight about the geophysical part of it. Mr. Patnaik from Fugro, please.
Thank you, Dr. Tyagi, for a brief introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to speak, it makes a little bit easier for me, as Mr. Bakshi already mentioned about the essentiality of the geodata, which is required for the installation of the platform and other things like that. So when we talk about the geodata, then of course in the land side it is very easy to get the geodata, but when we talk about the things like sea, then it is very difficult to get the accurate data. Of course, when we talk about the offshore wind farm, so there are various challenges as far as the geodata is concerned, but I'm going to talk about few things which is related to geodata, basically about the geophysical survey and geotechnical investigation. A little bit introduction about Fugro. Basically, Fugro is a Netherlands-based company, and as far as the history is concerned, almost 62 years back we have started. But as far as the journey is concerned related to offshore wind farm, so we have started our journey, first offshore wind farm we have worked in the 1997. So that means we have the experience, expertise, ample experience and expertise worldwide. And as far as the solution is concerned, we are there globally. Almost whatever projects is going on around the world, almost 50%, more than 50% of projects we are there. So starting from the feasibility or operation or decommissioning, every stage we are there. So, and as far as India is concerned, the resource, Fugro Survey India, it is based in the Nerul. It is in Navi Mumbai, and we have started our journey in 26 years back. We are having workforce around 500 plus, so which consists of oceanographers, geophysicists, geologists, then surveyors, and and operator, various geologists and consultant as well. So before going ahead with the main topic, I understand I'm having the queries which is related to offshore wind farm. I understand that you might be having various queries related to offshore wind farm as far as the cable is concerned. So let us see a few of the queries like, can I use the full site which I have been given? So for example, if you had been given 200 square kilometer, whether you are going to use full area? So if not, what is the selected area? Then comes, what is the optimal cable route? What should be my cable route? So I should go this way, that way, and if at all I go, then how to optimize my capex? So main concern is money. So saving money and do in a safe way. Then comes the, are my cables likely to stay sufficiently buried? So if at all I am going to lay my cable and I got the route, then at what depth I should lay my cable? So if there is any danger in future, whether there is any sediment mobility risk, if at all you are laying the cable in future, what should be the seabed going to react? Whether there is any sediment movement, if there is sediment movement, what is going to happen? So is there any cable overheating risk? Then comes, what are the studies to be carried out to reduce the risk? So we know that these are the queries, and what are the studies I should do so that in future I should be careful and my risk and challenges to be reduced. And yes, if I'm going to do these studies, whether I'm having all these resources available in India, if at all resources available in India, what kind of resources are available in India, and what are the, if I have to do this study, then what are the clearance I should do? So that I should minimize, optimize my timeline, basically. The sooner you do all this survey and work, then the sooner you finish your project, start operation, then start getting money. So as far as the offshore wind farm solution is concerned, if you see, there are different stages are there. So main stage which I'm going to talk about is the planning and design. So this is a vital stage, the planning and design. And in that planning and design also comes the cable design support, which is the main topic which we are going to discuss about. But nevertheless, there are various stages wherein FUGRO is there, starting from the feasibility and to the decommissioning. Starting from the offshore wind measurement to geophysical survey, geotechnical investigation, geo-consultancy, and at the time of operation, and at the time of maintenance, and at the end the decommissioning. So these are the various stages we are there. And as far as India is concerned, we are already there. We had carried out the geophysical survey in the east, in the west coast, that is for Gujarat, for the pilot project. Apart from that also, we had also measured offshore wind in the Gujarat region using our floating LiDAR buoy, that is from the sea level to 300 meter. Apart from that also wind, we have also measured the METOCEN data, so which may be required. So the topic which we have selected and the organizer selected very valid and very important. Why it is important? Because if you see the insurance claim related to subsea power cable failure, so that is what the importance is there. So yeah. This is the typical, cable route. I understand that you might be knowing, and which we are going to talk about the export cable route. Okay, as I said, geodata, and you have to reduce your risk, and you have to know your challenges. Then you have to do all these studies. That's what we suggest. First of all, the geo-consulting for the power cables, and under the pin of geo-consultancy, there are various studies like desktop studies, cable burial risk assessment, cable route optimization, sediment mobility, and cable barrier assessment, and then comes the cable route survey. Under the pin of cable route survey, you have to carry out the environmental survey. That is the first and foremost. There, of course, the geophysical, geotechnical, and the last not but the least is thermal properties of the soil, because at the end maintenance there are various problems will come in the power cable. So if you know the thermal properties of the soil, then it will be useful in the future. And of course in the land side you have to do the nearshore and land front survey, so for routing and routing your cable. Now we will talk about only the second part, the cable route survey, wherein geophysical, geotechnical part is there. And yeah, so this is what at the initial stage you have to have some idea about your location. So to get an idea, you should have the remote sensing data. Basically, this data will give you a clear idea what is the seabed undulation and how it is changing. For example, if we talk about the Gujarat coast, then sediment mobility is very high because of the high current, high tide. In fact, if you go, it is in the Gulf of Khambat. If you go towards the Bhavnagar and all, the tidal range is 12 meter. Can imagine 12 meter, and the current is also 4 knot and 5 knot in this area. So therefore, the importance of sediment mobility is very essential to know, and not only for the routing of the power cable, but also for various other issues. So then when we talk about the geodata, then first and foremost comes the bathymetry. So there are various methods are there, and the latest innovation which Fugro is having, this is called the LIDAR bathymetry survey using the laser technology, and we can able to map the seabed within a very short period of time. Instead of going through the vessel, we can do the small aircraft and we can carry out the survey. This will give you the water depth available in your survey area. So it not only reduces the HH exposure, but also it gives a clear data within a very limited time. Then comes the most important part is geophysical survey. So once your area you have defined and the geoconsulting team has suggested some route, cable route, then you have to carry out the geophysical survey. So there are various methods. Either you can do the geophysical survey using the vessel, which we are already having in India. And yes, with the vessel, you can use your sensor like, for example, multibeam. We use the multibeam echo sounder, which gives the bathymetry and the seabed topography. Apart from that, if at all any hazard or any debris is lying on the seabed, that also you need to know. So in that case, you have to carry out the side scan sonar survey and sub-bottom profile. If you see, you could see the picture down the line. So here, if you could see the subsea bed information, because if you are going to trench your, when you are going to lay your cable, you have to trench. So up to what depth you have to trench? If at all you have to trench, what is the soil characteristics? You should know that. So for that, you have to have the sub-bottom profile information, and we use the sub-bottom profiler, wherein you can get depth. See, there are different technologies available. For example, we have the analog geophysical survey, which can give information up to 15 meter for this power cable. But apart from that, also for the platform design and all, we have the solution like UUHR, ultra high resolution geophysical survey, and UHR and 3D survey, which will help for the pile capacity and pile all other soil information that can be gettable with the indirect method. So either you can go the USB ASB method or by the vessel method, and you can get all this information, geophysical information. That is basically subsea bed information. And if at all any debris is lying or if a magnetic object is lying, then we have the equipment called the magnetometer, which will, which can able to find out if any magnetic object is sunken sieve or any magnetic object is lying on the seabed. Then the second most important part is the soil. So that is that we call a geotechnical services. With the help of the geotechnical investigation, we can have the soil data. Basically, there are various methods are there. One of the method is called the seabed CPT, cone penetration test. So wherein you can get the in situ soil properties, and Fugro has got an, now we have the Virgeo, that is a platform wherein once we get the data, within 15 minutes we can get the data in the cloud, and we can QC the data within 1 hour, and client can use the data after 1 hour. That means we are saving the time for the client. So that is what the CPT, wherein we can get the soil properties, in situ data. Apart from that also, the sensor which you see, that gives the temperature. Basically, it will give the seabed temperature, the resistivity temperature sensor, which is quite useful for the cable operator, basically. So apart from that also, apart from the seabed CPT, we can also collect usually the data from the, using the geotechnical investigation, proper sample, then analyze in the lab. And at the end, once you know the area, then for the maintenance and all, how your seabed, how your area is behaving, you should have knowledge about the sediment mobility. As I said, the Tamil Nadu region, the Gujarat region is very critical in this case. So basically, this information is required to know how your seabed cable is going to behave down the line, 5 years, 10 years, 2 years, 3 years, so that maintenance can be, cost can be done. And last not but the least, leave and let live. So whatever we are going to develop, we should not forget the environment. So whatever cable route we are selecting, we should take care of the environment. That's it. Thank you. I'm open for any questions you have. Otherwise, I'm in later stage. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Surat Patnaik sir, for giving the insight of various studies which are being required in the geophysical part of this complete value chain of power evacuation. And now we come to the part of cable part, that is the export cable, which is a critical area and directly linked to the transmission. So we have an expert from Sumitomo Electric, and I request Mr. Ken Kinoshita to come and share the knowledge and experience with us. Please, sir.
Yeah, thank you for everybody. I appreciate having this opportunity about explanation about submarine power cable. Sumitomo Electric is a very old company who are specialized in submarine power cable production and installations. My name is Khan. I'm stationed in Gurgaon. So option for connecting offshore platform who is land station. This is my title. So let me explain about Sumitomo Electric in briefly. Company started 1897 and 1922. At that time, we developed the world's longest submarine power cable project at that time, about 3-4 kilometers. And since then, till now, 100 years in submarine cable business. In the meantime, we established Make in India factory for ground cable, not submarine, ground cable in Pune, together with Phenolix. So as of today, more than 3,500 kilometers of submarine cable project has been done by Sumitomo, 400 projects, more than 400. So averagely, one project is less than 10 kilometers, but the biggest cable project is more than 100 kilometers, something like this. So I think you have already the basic understanding about this kind of submarine project from the explanation from LNT and Fugro. So this is the example of the cable we are going to apply in case of 220 kV AC application. Now power grid mind has this kind of voltage and ampacity. So in that case, we are going to apply 1,000 square millimeter 3-core in one cable. And the conductor is the red part, insulation is there, the metallic sheets for the conductor part, and most important thing is wire armor, because the Fugro's explanation says 80% of a failure of the cable, we must protect. So we have to rely on this steel armor. So this picture shows only one layer of steel armor, but if the area is so risky, we can apply double wire armor as well. And right now, the fiber optic is so common, so we can incorporate fiber optic inside the power cable. So by the way, BSNL installed a lot of submarine fiber cable to Andaman or Lakshadweep. They are using Sumitomo optical fiber, right? So in this case of cable, the weight of the cable per meter, 132 kg. So when it is in the water, 77 kg per meter. So when you lay the cable inside the water, you have to calculate how many meter of cable is inside water right now, in between the surface and the sea bottom. And we have to take care of the tension of the cable. Otherwise, while you throw away the cable from the ship, if there are too much of tension, cable will be cut. So automatic calculation is necessary while you are floating the cable. The diameter of this cable is about 26 centimeter. Right? And when we think about, for example, Gujarat wind farm project, I got some data from the study already done by EU European Union. And the seabed depth is about 10, 20 meter. Distance to the offshore wind farm is for 50 kilometer. So it's a middle class, and the voltage 220 kV AC cable. But, you know, as Fugro mentioned, cable barrier depths, nobody knows at this moment. Temperature, seabed, soil condition, nobody knows. And the apparent difficult thing is sea traffic. As L&T explained, this is the sea traffic in that area. So a lot of ship carrying the cargo for L&T, and our cable ship comes for installation. We will disturb definitely daily traffic of cargo ship to Mumbai port. That is the most busiest port in this country. So right away, when we can install the cable, that is a kind of political, very difficult issue. So we can manage that kind of negotiation, right? And first landing point, normally cable starts from the seashore, nice beach area. If there is a nice beach, we cannot install the cable. If there is as Fugro mentioned, there is a very natural forest or sea area, we cannot install the cable. So rocky area, we have to dig the ground and submerge the cable. So people has to lay the cable from the ground soil to the seabed. So the condition will be different, ground condition to the water condition. And the diver is actually guiding the cable to the location, probably Fugro has designated location. So the people has to guide that heavy cable from the ship. And in between the landing point on the ground to the platform, normally the shallow area we are going to use barge. You know, our factory, for example, is in Japan or Saudi or UK. From there to the location in India, we have to use a big ocean ship. So somewhere we have to transfer the cable from the big ship to the barge. Then cable installation will be done from this kind of barge area, but we always have to fight, arrange with the sea traffic for daily cargo ship. So we don't have so much time for the window of installation. Then this is another landing point that is offshore. The cable, as I think Fuguro mentioned one cartoon, the cable is coming into the bottom of the platform in the steel pipe, and the cable will be like this, vertically hanged in the steel pipe. The seawater condition becomes to air condition and coming into this bending area of the platform. And finally, this cable come up to the surface of the platform connecting to the GIS or transformers. So this condition is air condition. Sea condition change to air condition. Then for protecting the cable, we have to lay the cable. So normally we are going to use this kind of burial device. So cable armoring design, cable burial depths, and sea traffic are the key factor for cable life. Of course, whatever we do, maybe on the next day after we install the cable, ship may cut the cable because of the anchoring. So it's fully depending on the luck. Of course, in the sea business, it's always a luck. But 1 meter depth, 2 meter depth, 3 meter depths, we have to decide based on the budget and the sea traffic. Then we have to have another enemy for the nature, the seasonal timing of cable installation. Especially these west coast of India, we have a monsoon. So May to June, September, November, these are the busy season for the monsoon. So most likely we cannot do the job. So we have to find the appropriate window considering the monsoon visiting. So not so much time in a year, we can install the cable in this area. And for example, of course, cable installation velocity varies depending on the sea and soil condition. Let's say 3 meters per minute. So 50-kilometer distance, if no traffic disturb us, no monsoon disturb us, let's say 3 meters per minute installation. How many days do we need? So this is the actual time for installation. Then we have done very, very rough analysis. There are two types of cable we have to consider for the offshore wind. Between those turbines, we are going to use low voltage cable. As LNT explained in one slide, 33 kV voltage cable will be chain linked each turbine and bringing into the platform. From platform, transformer push up the voltage and export at 220 kV. That is the ideal. Then we are now thinking 3 core of 1,000 square millimeter. So in that case, 250 MVA export cable can be considered. One circuit, based on very rough assumption, you can see this is the ampacity the cable can carry. 220 kV, 1,000 square millimeter. During the sea, the barrier condition, 800 amps. Land, buried condition, 700 amps. Air condition, 900 amps. From this, you can see the bottleneck is the land portion. So the first slide I showed you, from the nice beach area to the sea, that is the bottleneck of the cable ampacity-wise design. So from the nice beach area to the inland, for example, power grid substation, of course, 5 kilometer, 10 kilometer, that is also a bottleneck. In any case, the land situation is the bottleneck for the ampacity. So the total operator should consider the total design of ampacity is rely on the land point, land portion. Then, as Fuguro mentioned, if somebody cut this cable, suddenly expensive wind turbine cannot export the electricity. So you operator will lose money. So we have to think about N+1 kind of insurance. So in that case, we have to have at least 2 circuits. If somebody cut one circuit, still the other circuit alive. In that case, considering the budget, if we apply 2 circuits of export cable, but not at same size as the plan A, the smaller size, to reduce the cost. So in that case, 400 square millimeter, 3 core in one cable, the less than half size of the cable. In that case, let's see the ampacity. One circuit cable can carry 560 amps, 490 amps, 600 amps. Again, land portion is the bottleneck. You know, using these kind of soil condition, 2 circuit condition, etc., we have to design the size of the cable. So who can decide the size of the cable? Probably operator, you know, not the cable manufacturer. Operator should decide. Fuguro and cable manufacturer must support their design and finally, you know, fix the ampacity. Right, so as a conclusion, there are so many things we have to think about for the new location of the project. The cable design, you know, we have to consider how many amps do you want to transfer? What is the short circuit current? How many wire armoring should we adopt? And soil resistivity, what's inside the sea? And the temperature. And also the sea current. If the sea current is so strong, we have to do something for the protection of the cable. Otherwise, after installation, sand will go away and cable will be exposed. So I hope Suguro can check those sea current as well, seasonal sea current as well. And the cable installation, barrier depth, soil status, sea current, cyclone season, right of way, timing of the cable production. This is also one very important information that one L&T had already mentioned. Our cable factory of submarine is fully booked for many continents project. So if India started one project, we have to negotiate with factory, with other customers to secure the window. But that window should be considered because of the monsoon and your traffic, everything. So it's very, very tough situation for the submarine business right now. And also ship availability. Normally, ship company owns the ship. So who arrange this ship company's availability? So as L&T mentioned, as a team, somebody should manage all these fluctuation issues. Otherwise, it's very difficult to make the project as one team. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ken. Because of paucity of time, we need to have about 5 minutes per presentation. Very unfortunate, but this is the thing available with us. I request Mr. Basyam from NKT to continue with their experience in the cable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, one and all. Am I audible? I guess, okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I thank PowerGrid for providing this opportunity to NKT. I have my colleagues with me, Manoj Mittal, who is representing technology, and Girish Shankar, who is the commercial and tender manager. So cables, as we might have seen, this is perhaps the last piece connecting the offshore part onto the land, but not necessarily the least. So I will say also some insights from my side. And sometimes in a conference like this, it helps when you come in a little late as a speaker. So a lot of good insights have been shared already by Kinoshita and Bakshi and Mr. Patnaik, so that makes my life a little easy. So my presentation will have 3 parts. I will briefly talk about NKT, and I will talk a little bit about the technology solution, and then I will talk from project perspective, what it means. NKT is a company headquartered in Denmark. The company has a history of more than 130 years. Company has decades of experience in submarine cables and also especially offshore. The company has a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility, plus also its own cable laying vessel, which is also quite modern and advanced. The company has a presence in India, so we have an global engineering center and an R&D center in Chennai, where me and my team are also working on global projects, supporting the design and some of the simulation and modeling activities from Chennai. Among cable manufacturers, NKT is also at the forefront of sustainability, so we have committed to the 1.5 degree ambition, and we already have reduced 79% of scope 1 and 2, which is the company's internal carbon emissions. So company is quite ambitious in terms of the sustainability plans. So that's a little bit about NKT, but I will come back if time permits. And this is a little bit a big picture where you see the offshore wind farms, and then how the wind farms, we also see the station, and then how the cables are getting connected and so on. So I will move a bit quickly here. I think this scheme has already been explained by the previous speakers. So coming on to the technology illustration part. So when we think about the high voltage cable system, so it is not just one piece, it has multiple parts. So this is the first thing that we have to remember. So it comprises basically a cable. This could be a copper or aluminum cable, and this could be an AC or a DC cable. So PowerGrid has already prepared some concepts for AC. So I would like to also mention here that NKT in its portfolio has all requirements to support the Indian market. So we have the cable, which is the main part here, and we also have to remember that when we have cables, there would be some joints. So there are some manufacturing, sometimes some manufacturing limitations. So when we manufacture cables, so these cables are usually produced with tall extruders. And these extruders, depending upon the size of the cable, there could also be some limitations to the length that you can produce, and also the length or the maximum cable that you can load onto a vessel. So because of this, we have to necessarily consider joints. And these joints, depending upon the specification of the cable for the particular project, the length, the number of joints could change. So we also need to consider joints for another purpose, which is from a maintenance perspective. If we want to have some cable sections and we want to have not the entire cable to be replaced or removed or serviced, then we can also consider some maintenance sections, and again joints would be required for that. So there will be a C joint, which is the first piece that you see here, and then when the cable crosses over to land, then we have to use a transition joint, which is from sea to land, we need to provide a transition joint, because these are two different parts of cable. Like Mr. Kinoshita explained, so the land cable is different and sea cable is different, so we need to have an interconnector to get this connected. And then up onto the equipment, we need also some terminations and stuff like that to make the entire piece work. And we will also have some factory joints. So the factory joints are, at the time of manufacturing, these are produced, but the rigid C joints are the ones usually required, from a maintenance perspective when we want to have different cable sections. So what does it mean from a project perspective? A lot has been spoken already about some of these aspects. So we need to start early. Planning is extremely important here. So we have a lot of factors even to start the very basic design of cable. So if you ask me today, how much would the cable cost? I would not be able to give you a good answer. So we need even some basic information to prepare the design and even to get a budgetary estimate of a cable. If you ask me today, how long would you need from the time I place the order? Again, I would not be able to give you a good answer. So we need to even come to some basic understanding what this cable is about. Whether we are talking about, like Kinoshita said, 2 circuits or a single circuit, 3-core or AC or DC, and so on and so forth. So a lot of this could be determined if we have the information right at the beginning. So we need the geological information, we need primarily the subsea information, the weather risk assessment, we need the platform information, the land conditions, and we should also remember the receiving grid station. It should be capable to receive this power. So we are talking about, say, 500 megawatt. So the receiving station, if it is 220 kV, whether we need to consider some extensions or this is already capable and to receive and evacuate further. So these are some aspects to consider. And as I said, the cable accessories, these are probably not visible, but these are a very essential part of the whole system. And cable laying vessels, so we could use barges or we could use a ocean vessel, but we need to also consider, these vessels would need to also move. So we need to consider the maneuverability, and we need to consider that they also need some space in the port. We need to consider unloading and loading of cables. So these are some dimensions. So this is not very comprehensive. This is just to give you a feel. So there are a lot of things to consider when we start planning. And then when it comes to execution, so when I mean execution, it is not just laying the cable. It is about preparing even the tender, and then this is the real execution. So we prepare a tender, a firm specification, and then we invite competitive bids and so on. And for this, in our experience, it says this is an iterative process. There is a lot of information exchanged between the utilities or the one that wishes to install the cable and the manufacturers. So this iterative process helps to fine-tune the specification. And also, set the expectations on the qualification requirements for cables. So once a cable is produced, It's a normal practice to conduct a type test on this piece of cable because the cables are installed and we expect the cables to be there for 3-4 decades. And yeah, I saw that 80% of the insurance claims are on cables. Could be true, but cable not necessarily gives a lot of trouble. So once installed, it's like you install it, and if you do it right the first time, then you can forget about this. So that means we have to make sure that we specify the right requirements at the beginning, and we need to make sure that the cable is tested for all conditions. So this type test could be taking also several months once the cable is produced. So typically, a sample piece of cable is produced for a certain length, and then it undergoes a type test, and then the real production starts. So this is how it works practically. And when we do the design, we have to consider the number of circuits and sections required and protection. So here I'm not talking about electrical protection. This is about the mechanical protection, whether we want to do the burial and we want to also have some rock placement. Suppose if we know that there are areas that are sensitive, there we expect a lot of vessel movement and there is probably an anchor drop possible, then we might want to consider some rock placement in some of the areas in the seabed. Installation, so this is also a sophisticated process. So it takes as much time to install as we manufacture. So this is what our experience shows. So installation could also be happening depending upon the length of the cable. It could also be happening in different campaigns. What we call as campaign is, you just can't go in one lot and do the entire installation once. So you may have to do in different parts. So you may carry a certain amount of cable and then you do the first installation followed by another campaign. And this means the installation could be taking also several months. And during these months, we have to also consider the vagaries of the weather, the cyclone or the tides and so on. So this could have a huge impact on the installation. And the installation part is extremely sensitive. So when we insert the cable into the sea from the vessel, at what angle do we insert this? So for example, this is one parameter where we do also a lot of simulation and modeling to make sure that the cable doesn't break due to stress. And sometimes we may have to prepare or fabricate certain material on the vessel to make sure that the cable is inserted in the right way into the sea. So installation is also a very important and a sophisticated process that should not be underestimated. And post-execution, so far we have seen what it takes up to execution. So once we commission the plant, is it enough? Maybe yes, but it is also good, as a good practice, we consider monitoring of cables. So today we have several advancements in the area of subsea cable monitoring, and we should also be prepared. If something happens unexpected, we should be prepared with the service. So what it means, so we should have the capability, we should have the experts or the resources that can go out and fix such problems. And we should also have some spare material, could be some joints or some kits and so on. So the vessel availability and availability of experts, so this is also a key to consider. So these are some aspects from a project perspective, and as I said, this is not comprehensive, this is just for us to start thinking about, and we would be very happy to get into more conversations offline. So we would be available to take these conversations. I will quickly run through NKT's portfolio. So we have onshore AC and DC and also offshore AC and DC. So you can also see the different voltage levels what NKT can supply. For offshore, we have 420 and 220 kV AC. So with a 420 kV AC, naturally we get a better, more power that could be transmitted. We also have these accessories. So we have the most modern high voltage laboratory setup in the entire cable industry. So recently we also conducted the transient overvoltage test, which was first in the cables. We have the complete capability starting from design up to installation and service. So we have our own team, we have our own cable vessels, we have our own service staff that can take care of complete turnkey to the customer. So far, from 2010, we have been awarded close to 50 projects, offshore projects. So several of these are commissioned and working already. So most of these are in the North Sea region. And you can see also some examples, the ones that are very close to what the Power Grid is planning now, 220 kV AC. And you can see also the power range and the route length. And these are some references from the DC submarine cables. Well, that's it. So I would like to conclude with that. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Hope I could save some time. Thank you, Satish sir. I think very limited time available, so we can have the salient points with respect to the GIS or transformer equipment part of this complete value chain. I request Mr. Giridharan to share his salient points. Okay, I'll do the presentation. So, okay. Thank you. I thank Power Grid for the opportunity. Again, when we can we one slide first? Yeah. So I think we have mostly spoke about the whole the offshore platform and other stuffs with respect to the evacuation part. So the key part here is the electrics. So when we talk about the electrics, we from Hitachi Energy has got all the ingredients that is required. So like starting from the HVDC or HVAC, and then also the whole value chain that covers from the wind turbines. So the elements that are required in the wind turbines, like be it on switchgear or it is going to be on the converters in the type 3 or type 4 wind turbines, and then also the static synchronous compensator that is required for the compensations that is required to evacuate the AC power, and then also the complete field to boardroom solutions are available. So that is what we do. So typically an AC offshore substation does, mostly an unmanned thing. So to cover the complete, the substations in an unmanned fashion, the whole elements of automation, everything is covered in this whole value chain. Should I conclude? Yeah. Okay, so typical project life cycle is 5 years. That is starting from conceiving an idea to the operation and maintenance phase. So on each phase, you have to go through a different studies, and each stage Hitachi Energy can help as well. And that is starting from doing a RAMs, as well as also the complete power evacuation possibilities, load flow analysis, and grid code compliance studies. All this we can do, and then also estimating whether it is going to be an AC or whether it is going to be a DC. So all those the life cycle feed we can do, and then coming to the idea, concept to conceiving to energization, the whole value chain we can cover, and then also in each phase Hitachi Energy can support with its whole value chain. And coming to that, the challenges and solutions, typically reducing the topside weight of the offshore wind farm platform is something that very key ingredient here. So focusing on all these things, lightweight equipments has to be placed. So all those challenges will be addressed.
in our solution. So mostly the offshore wind platforms will be a bespoke design, but it is not that we answer only to the RFQs, but rather we help customer to optimize the design as well. That is starting from the ideas from the feed stage itself actually. So in preliminary, when we talk about conceiving an idea of whether it is going to be evacuation is going to be AC, DC, and then what voltage level and what is the power cables. So all those configurations can be managed. As I mentioned, again, this is a break-even curve. So typically you come across decision factor comes on AC and DC, typically based on the distance, but it is also considering whether to have an onshore substation or not. So this break-even can be determined by multiple factors such as cables, size, and then the cable cost, as well as the the cable installation conditions. So with that, we can able to determine whether it is going to be an HVAC or HVDC, and in all those stages, Hitachi Energy can help as well. And I think I'm going to skip this slide because many people already talked about the cable. Typically, the project voltage level and then also the size of the evacuation depends on the cable size and the cable limitations. And of course, when it comes to the wind platform, as I said, from the generation to evacuation and then also at the transmission end, we have all the products that is starting from the switch gear. So in India, typically we talk about switch gears of around 8 mega. I mean, like maximum the wind farm is like typically an each wind turbine is rated of around 6 megawatt to 8 megawatt. And for to get a better break even at offshore wind farm, we have to at least have 12 megawatt so that you have a better break even and then the ROI. So for that you need to scale up your voltage, and then the switch gears that are required for those the voltage levels are available with us, and it is already been delivered to many of the projects in Europe. A typical case applicable for the transformers as well. Again, when we are talking about the transformers, it is about ester fluid transformers with low losses and lightweight. And again, as I said, there are typically all the offshore wind platforms are bespoke design, but we have already started standardizing it. So starting from 200 megawatt to 2 gigawatt, there are different base designs are available with an a prefabricated approach. And with each stage and with a different design approach and then harmonized design, you can save multiple aspects in terms of cost as well as efforts and time. So that has been quantified here. In the interest of time, I'm not going into the details. And of course, when we talk about offshore wind, we are talking about decarbonization factor, which is embedded into our DNA. So starting from the switch gear, there are SF6 free gases are available. And then of course, when we are talking about the transformers, again, we have a complete ozonic platform, which is specifically designed for the offshore wind platform, is already available. And then coming to the auxiliary power supply, we are talking here about the hydrogen power generator, which avoids the diesel. So that is also a decarbonization factor. So with this, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Anyway, sir, we will be having detailed session on each of these subjects in different forums, sir. I request Mr. Jayasinan from Siemens to share his key remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Being a last session, we will try to cover the topic of offshore transformers and GIS substation. And as you can see from the slide, this covers the entire portfolio of the offshore as well as onshore equipment. And so as a Siemens Energy, we can offer offshore products as well as the systems and solutions. In the terms of products, we will be able to supply the wind turbine generators, transformers, reactors, and GIS product. And as a system, it will also cover the bundling of the product, and we will be able to offer it as a solution along with the grid code compliance. So as you can see here in the slide, we are able to supply these offshore transformer modules, either in the form of OTM1, OTM2, OTM3. OTM1 are the most popular thing, as it was highlighted in the initial presentation, to expedite the product delivery, which is the transformers. We recommend the globally standardized ratings to be followed, so that you can execute the project in shortest possible time. And these offshore transformers are usually provided with ester fluid liquid. It's a K-class liquid, and because of the long cable connections, a reactor is also required. We can supply both fixed shunt reactor as well as variable shunt reactors from Siemens Energy. As you can see here in the slide, compact size, lowest mass are the most critical aspect of this. These are the complexities involved in the offshore products. Being an offshore environment, we have only shorter lead time available. It is only windows are very short. So we need to ensure that the products are suitable for easy in assembly as well as low in maintenance. And we also have to cater to the aggressive maritime climate and associated corrosion problems. And we also have to understand the high water depth of the sea. And to realize the extreme low maintenance, we are having many maintenance-free components on the transformers and other Siemens products. And also, we also are adopting the ester fluid transformers in order to reduce the fire risk and of the entire platform. And also, we also have to have suitable design criteria on the acceleration, so that we are able to cater to the collision safety levels due to the ship wrecks. And as you can see, because it is a wind power, it also leads to external load variance, and therefore these ester transformers are capable of taking these emergency overload conditions. So we have a very vast experience in supplying these ester fluid transformers, as well as the fixed and variable shunt reactors for offshore application. It comes with the four major benefits. It is compact and robust in design for rough sea up condition. It is filled with environmentally friendly liquid, ester fluid liquid. They are built with features for low maintenance and ease of assembly. They are economical considering the total life cycle cost. In terms of rough sea condition and corrosive environment, we are adopting C5VH corrosion category painting system. We also have very optimized cooling systems and specialized coolers to achieve the low mass and the compactness. And because it is ester fluid, it is non-toxic, and it's having a high fire and flash temperature limits of more than 300 degrees. And it is also having a low biodegradability. So it is again adding to the low carbon dioxide footprint. The higher operating temperature of this ester oil also helping us to achieve the higher emergency overloading capability. And as already explained, it is provided with a low maintenance component, and it is also having an ease of assembly process. Siemens achieves this low, also life cycle cost becomes less because of the total, low cycle cost. And we have already supplied 220 kV ester fluid transformers in India, and also 220 kV variable shunt reactors in India. I will skip this slide, and my colleague, Mr. Yogesh, will take over the GS component. Only one slide.
just 1 minute only. So we discussed about the challenges, and the key focus areas are compactness, then the sturdiness, as well as the maintenance-free design, the optimization of capex budget, and ultimately it is aligned with the objective of carbon neutrality. So we have GIS technology, which has the combination of vacuum interrupter and clean air, with which it offers zero global warming potential. And also, as the wind power generation is generating at each tower, it demands for higher voltage for the evacuation. So instead of 33 kV, if you go for 66 kV, it offers us a lot of benefits, including 15% saving on the capex. So I would like to conclude here. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Due to the paucity of time, we have to conclude here. So just as a token of appreciation, may I request Director Projects Power Grid, Sri Abhay Chaudhary sir, to please present memento to all our esteemed speakers. Mr. Kaustubh Bagchi, please. Please come to the dais and please accept the memento. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Suraj Kumar Patnaik. Mr. Ken Kinosita, please. Mr. Satish Basyam. Mr. Giridharan. Mr. Jayasanand. Mr. Yogesh, please. Sir. So thank you all for participating in this enthralling session. So you can have the one-to-one discussion outside the hall also or later on also. Thank you very much.
So we can start with the next event. We're going to start with the next panel momentarily, so please take your seats so we can get started. Thanks, everyone. Oh, hi. Very nice to meet you. Should I go? Okay, everyone, we're going to get started. Thank you all for being here. This is the Financing Industry Decarbonization for Just Transition event. I'm Benjamin Parkin. I'm a South Asia correspondent at the Financial Times based here in India. Thank you to our hosts in Goa, and thank you to the partners involved in coordinating today's event, the Climate Investment Funds, Lead It, and the Industrial Deep Decarbonization Initiative. We'll have some opening remarks followed by two panels which will feature a range of experts across government, industry, multilaterals. It's an exciting lineup and really looking forward to it and hope you are too. First of all, let me please welcome the UK Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, the Right Honourable Grant Shapps. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know about you, but I feel like I've been here all month already. But you lot look like you are handling this far better and teed up after your lunch as well. So thank you very much for attending this session, and thanks to our hosts again. I just want to say a few words on this absolutely crucial subject of how we finance decarbonisation. And I'm sure that many of you are familiar with the term symbiosis. And when people hear symbiosis, that's technically the close interaction between two animals and organisms. I think that a lot of people think that a symbiotic relationship is somehow a relationship of mutual benefit. That's always what I think when I hear it's a symbiotic relationship. But that, in fact, when you look it up, is not always the case. There can be symbiotic relationships where one partner does not benefit. In fact, there can even be symbiotic relationships where one partner is harmed. And the correct term for a real relationship where all the species gain advantage is actually mutualism. And this distinction, I think, is pretty relevant today to the issue of financing decarbonisation for a just transition. Why, you might ask? Well, because narrowing the financial gap for deep decarbonisation of hard-to-abate industries, from iron and steel and cement and aluminium and pulp and paper and chemicals and shipping, all of that is absolutely critical if we're going to tackle climate change. And in particular, it's important to developing countries to have that successful transition to greener growth. So it's particularly vital that in pushing those resources, we do it in a way that helps to fight global warming and establishes a model that can be repeated again and again in the light of our fight against global warming. It's a model, in other words, that we need to establish for good. Now, we hear time and time again from industrial partners about the challenge of finance and arguments why green investment in such and such an industry can't be justified because it won't turn a profit. In other words, it's the equivalent of a symbiotic relationship where one partner actually suffers either profit or investment. Yet we all know that this is one of the greatest barriers to avoiding catastrophic climate change. If we can't get the finance right, we can't deal with the climate change. And in general, considering green investments on a small scale just doesn't stack up. If we want to consider the resources that are required, we need to really think on a much bigger multilateral scale and work together to leverage the finance needed to accelerate that transition globally. And if we're going to do that, then perhaps we can turn to an unbalanced symbiotic relationship into true mutualism. Now, industrial sectors currently account for 17% of the UK's emissions, with just over half of these emissions concentrated in specific clusters. The good news is that our industrial emissions have now more than halved since 1990. But the bad news is a lot more needs to be done if we're still going to get to net zero by 2050. Improving technologies, well, that can get us so far of the way. But just as crucial is harnessing the power of large-scale change. And that's why we're working with partners across the world to make that global transition, and why we want to attract as many other partners as possible to ramp up the benefits. That's why we're driving progress on international industrial decarbonation, coordinated through the Breakthrough Agenda, including the Mission Innovation's Net Zero Industries Mission and the CEM's Industrial Decarbonization Initiative. And it's why we're working with a coalition of initiatives such as Lead IT and CIF's team to strengthen the financial and technical assistance on offer to emerging markets. Scaling up finance can help to catalyze investment and innovation. So at COP27, we pledged £65 million towards the world's first large-scale industrial decarbonization program through the Climate Investment Fund, or CIFs, to help heavy industries in developing economies go green. The CIF's Industrial Decarbonization Program is the first program to work across multiple levels at scale and attract significant levels of co-financing from public and private sources. It uses concessional finance and targeted support to address barriers to investment. In other words, finding new solutions to very familiar problems. And that's what we need to see more of. The CIF actually has an extraordinary track record. I actually thought this was a typo when I first read it. It has a 1 to 11 public-private financing leveraging figure on its current portfolio. £1 in, 11 out. $1 in, 11 out. €1 in, 11 out. You get the idea. You're all finance people. You understand how this works. But look, the influential projects that are being created are really helping to galvanize efforts for industrial decarbonization globally. And in particular, we want to see more CIF use in its platforms to encourage greater coordination between key organizations, and especially amongst the multilateral development banks, to de-risk and increase investment. But we're not yet in a position where that can fully happen. And there remains the vast gap in the amount of industry financing that's needed and what is currently on offer. So today, I strongly invite all partners to scale up and channel up investment to targeted programs like the CIF, where it's needed most to ensure a just industrial transition. So look, we are all looking forward to the UN Climate Action Summit and COP28 with new announcements on financial and technical assistance to accelerate the global industry of decarbonization. This is a truly historic opportunity to harness the power of public and private finance to deliver targeted support at the pace required to meet the climate goals. I say today, let's learn a lesson from nature. If one partner in a symbiotic relationship isn't gaining, let's change that relationship. And by scaling up finance resources, let's instead bring the benefits of mutualism to decarbonizing industry. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary of State Shapps, for those opening remarks. Next, I invite Danny Morris, who is the head of the Clean Technology Fund at CIF, to give us a few scene-setting remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. And thank you to Secretary of State Shapps for those great introductory remarks. It's really an honor to be here with you all today representing CIF and so many of our esteemed panelists talking about industry decarbonization, which has received a lot of attention over the past few days, and we're hoping that we bring something unique to the table. I think it's important to sort of re-emphasize why we're talking about it in this moment. And it's important to recognize that we are in a moment of crisis. This is the warmest month, I think, on record. More climate records have been broken in the past few weeks than ever before, and things are accelerating. So this is truly a moment for us to steel ourselves to respond to one of the biggest challenges of our time. And it means that we need to be looking for solutions on all fronts. So why are we focused on industry decarbonization when there are so many places where our attention can be focused? The answer is simple. There really is no way to reach net zero emissions without strong and coordinated actions on emissions reductions in various industrial sectors. Industry, as many of you appreciate, is already one of the leading sources of increases in greenhouse gas emissions. In 2021, it was responsible for roughly a quarter of increases in global emissions, and in 2022, that figure rose to a third. Over the next decade, heavy industry may become the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions on the planet. That's driven by a number of different factors according to the IEA. It includes population growth, urbanization, and the energy transition. In fact, our good friends at IDDI have said recently that the world is expected to build the equivalent of another New York City every month for the next 40 years. So, what does that mean? It means there's an immense challenge ahead of us, and it's worth thinking about where that growth will happen. Developing countries are where most of where that growth will occur, and it's important to think about that for a number of reasons. I said before that we can't reach net zero without strong and coordinated actions on industry. For us in the climate investment funds, and hopefully for many of you, coordinated action means that developing countries need to be at the front, at the head of this conversation, as opposed to focus solely on OECD countries and more developed economies. Developing countries already have heavy industry as a major part of their economies. Emerging markets and developing economies account for 80% of industrial emissions today, compared to 20% of emissions from more developed economies. And rising industrial demand is happening in developing markets. Steel demand is projected to rise by 30%, cement and ammonia by 40%, and aluminum demand by 80% in the coming 3 decades. So, challenges, big challenges ahead of us. How do we respond to those challenges? Well, we at the Climate Investment Funds think that we can bring our model to the table, and hopefully that can be a big part of the solution. What we think developing countries need are access to concessional resources, technical expertise, and an enabling environment that will allow them to respond to this crisis while continuing to proceed on the economic development and growth path that they've set out for themselves. At the heart of this response, we hope can be the CIF model, which helps developing countries get financing under concessional terms, attractive terms, better than what they can get on the markets, using the expertise and local experience of multilateral development banks. For the CIF, our record speaks for itself. If you look at our track record over 15 years, we have been able to deploy 32.5 gigawatts in clean power, more than 15,000 gigawatt hours of energy saved per year. We've provided access to 10 million people and over 140,000 businesses. Our work has helped create over 6 million jobs and $46 billion in economic value added through CIF's work. So we're proud of that track record, and we're particularly excited because we're nowhere close to done. We want to do more, and we want to do more especially in industry decarbonization. Which brings us to the Industry Decarbonization Program, which was launched last year, and we are currently in the midst of fundraising for currently. The program was initially capitalized at almost $100 million from generous contributions from the United Kingdom and Sweden. It will allow us to apply finance at scale to spur innovation and spur growth and development in technologies that can catalyze additional investments from MDBs, the private sector, and other contributors. Our goal for this program by the end of the year is to reach 500 million in capital, which we anticipate could bring along another 2 to 3 billion for immediate deployment in developing countries. Why does this program offer that's different from others? Well, there's a couple things that are worth mentioning. One, as I said, scale. We can provide predictable, flexible financing at scale for countries to respond to priority areas for them, be that steel, cement, pulp and paper, glass, any maritime shipping, any industry out there that is high emitting and hard to abate. We think we can help tackle that in developing countries. We also offer collaboration in building on the symbiotic comments of Secretary of State Shops. We have a symbiotic relationship with the multilateral development banks. They are our key executing entities. We are the only fund that brings them together to collaborate and work together with country governments to find solutions and focus work on the areas where the most impact can be achieved. We also offer the possibility of transformational change. We've done work on figuring out what transformational change looks like for financing. We bring that learning to bear in these emerging areas of emissions reductions. And finally, the other thing we bring to the table is just transition. We consider from the beginning the social impacts and also the role of workers and those involved in these industries to ensure that just transition is a key part of work here. The challenge is huge, but it has a lot of interest. We have a lot of partners here at this event who have been working to find solutions for this. We hope to be a part of that solution, and we're looking forward to working together with all of you to find that solution. With that, let me end my remarks and turn it over to one of our partners who I think can help us understand the complementarity that exists in this space and how we can all move forward together. Thank you very much.
So next I'd like to welcome Mr. Seong Zhu from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Mr. Zhu is the Deputy to the Director General and the Managing Director of the Directorate of Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Industrial Development. Welcome, Mr. Zhu.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to join this session on financing for industrial decarbonization for a just transition, which is co-organized by CIF, IDDI, and LEADIT. To me, it's also, I think, very encouraging to see the growing interest in this subject, basically decarbonization of industry. So, but now we have to also recognize the magnitude of the challenge we face on this issue. So we understand that we must decarbonize, particularly heavy industry. But the challenge is now how to finance this, because without the financing, this will not work. I think that's why I think that today's session is very timely. So in terms of decarbonization of industry, we know that this requires significant investment in clean technologies, infrastructure upgrade, and skills development. Estimate on the investment required for commercialization and deployment of technologies to achieve net zero steel and cement vary. The Mission Possible Partnership estimates that the transition to low carbon technologies would require approximately 170 to 200 million US dollars per annum until 2050 for the steel industry alone. Estimates for cement are significantly higher. What we do know for certain is that the level of investment is not happening at the scale and the pace required to influence investment decisions being made this decade and avoid becoming locked into these emissions for several decades to come. Why? Industry decarbonization involves inherent risks, including technological and regulatory uncertainties. and exposure to market fluctuations. Adding to this, the cost of private capital for renewables and low-carbon projects can be 2 to 3 times more expensive in emerging economies than the equivalent financing in developed economies. So enabling investment for industrial decarbonization will require 3 key ingredients. Firstly, long-term goals and a government commitment. Second, technology of decarbonization technologies. The collaborative development of industry decarbonization roadmaps can support the formulation of common visions between government, industry, and help develop the pathways and the shared actions required for the transition. In turn, a shared understanding of the route forward will provide signals for the market, which can contribute to the investment case and open up access to financing. Technology collaboration facilitated by North Source and the South Source cooperation to accelerate diffusion and commercialization of applicable technologies is another key ingredient. In addition, government and financial institutions need to provide risk mitigation instruments, such as guarantees, insurance mechanisms, and public-private risk-sharing arrangement. All of this must be complemented by transparent and harmonized standards, definitions, and sustainable finance taxonomies to simplify cross-border investment and trade. Together, these measures can instill confidence in investors and unlock capital for decarbonization efforts. To address these challenges, UNIDO is leveraging its long-standing practical experience in promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development in developing countries and emerging economies by working to create a global partnership to provide advice and mobilize actions on industrial decarbonization. We will be focused on 3 key pillars for this work. Ambitious enabling policies, technology collaboration, and the development of an investment-ready pipeline in order to trigger innovative financing solutions for technology deployment and scaling up, particularly from MTBs from CEF. To summarize, financing industry decarbonization for a just transition requires a multi-phased approach, which integrates near-term enabling policy framework with a long-term vision for industry decarbonization. By fostering collaboration, leveraging innovative financing mechanisms, mitigating risks, and investing in knowledge sharing, we can drive the industrial transformation while ensuring a fair and equitable future for all. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Now we're going to play a very short animation while we set up the chairs for the panel in a moment.
Heavy industries are one of the leading sources of carbon emissions in the world. But transitioning away from these industries is difficult due to limited technical and financial alternatives. The Climate Investment Fund's Industry Decarbonization Program catalyzes deep behavioral change by using concessional finance to invest in low-carbon business models and technologies. An example where this program aims to have real impact is cement. Today's rapid urbanization is increasing the demand for new housing, roads, and energy services, all calling for cement. The program seeks to change every aspect of this industry with the ultimate goal of net zero emissions. It also supports policy and regulatory changes and uses just transitions to ensure that vulnerable communities are protected during the shift to clean energy. The potential to revolutionize these industries is enormous, and the Industry Decarbonization Program is working to make change from the inside out.
Thank you, and thanks to all of our opening speakers. Now we will start the first panel. and I'd like to invite the panelists on who come from across industry to talk about industry perspectives on the challenges and opportunities for industry decarbonization. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Kamal Bali, who is the President and Managing Director of Volvo Group India. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Mr. Raju Goyal, who is the President and CTO of Ultratech Cement Limited, the Aditya Birla Group. Thank you. Mr. Prabodhacharya, who is from JSW Steel, where he is Chief Sustainability Officer. And Captain Prashant Vij, who is the Head of Public Affairs for South Asia at AP Moller Maersk. Thank you, sir. So we're good for mics? A couple more coming. Great. So before we start with the proper Q&A, I just want to ask you all to very briefly, in a couple of sentences, just to set the scene for the audience, tell us who you are, what your role is, and particularly why you're interested in industry decarbonization. So, Mr. Kamal?
Yeah, my name is Kamal Bali. I am the President and Managing Director of Volvo Group in India, and I am also the Chairperson of CII, which is the industry body called Confederation of Indian Industry for Southern India. So I'm very keen participant and an active player in this whole decarbonization journey because I come from automotive sector, which is one of the biggest culprits because we use a lot of fossil fuel, and also within the automotive industry, I come from the heavy duty trucking industry, which contributes to a very, very lion's share of carbon footprint. So very important for us.
Thank you. And next, Mr. Raju, so tell us.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Raju Goyal. I'm the Chief Technical Officer for Ultratech. I look after the technical services and performance management of the group, as well as the innovation R&D and sustainability also. So I think I should not say why I'm here, because the film what you showed that here explains that why I'm here. And I'm happy to say that you have shown the 8% of CO2 emission in 2020, but 2022 figures is 7%. So we are working towards to decarbonize our industry, even though we said hard to abate. I said this is possible to abate, but little bit harder or further. That's what I say that.
Thank you. Mr. Prabodha, just again, very briefly, who you are and,
thank you.
And your interest in.
Good afternoon. My name is Prabodhacharya, of course, you have already stated. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer of the JSW Group. Those who do not know about the group, we are the largest steel maker in the country, having interest in, we generate power, we have cement manufacturing, paint manufacturing, so all the sector possibly which is contributing to a significant amount of carbon emissions and climate change emissions. Why personally I am interested, look, I am in this field since last 30 years, and I am passionate that we should make the changes to the world what we have inherited. So I love to work in this field as long as I'm here. Thanks.
Thank you. And Captain Prashant.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I'm Captain Prashant Vij, and I work with AP Moller Maersk. It's a transport and logistics integrator. Clearly, we are driven by our purpose, which is to improve life for all by integrating the world. And that de facto translates into us being a part of this room. We are a part of the problem. We absolutely must become a part of the solution. At Maersk, we are leading the shipping industry in decarbonizing it. Shipping practically contributes to about 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And then Maersk is, in that context, a fly on the wall, but we want to make sure that we demonstrate leadership, and that's also why I'm here, to be able to signify that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So first question back to you, Mr. Kamal. The automobile industry, I think you said, is a culprit, but is also transitioning fast. And I'd like to ask you, what are the priorities to continue that transition? And what in particular are the challenges that you need to overcome if you are to do so?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. As far as the automotive industry is concerned, I think it's going through once in a lifetime transformation today. On one hand, we have these climate action challenges. On the other hand, we have tremendous opportunities coming out of the technologies which we have at our disposal today. The connectivity, the telematics, AI, all of those things, alternate fuels. So number of technologies which are helping us. So I think that's the point number one. So I think we will continue to work in that direction to see, and most of the large companies in the sector have taken a pledge to align with 1.5 degrees SBTI targets, and so that we can become net zero by 2040 or 2045. So that's the one goal. With regards to the factors which are really at the heart of what we do, the heavy duty trucking industry, though it contributes to only 5% by volume of the overall automotive industry, but it accounts for almost 45% of the emissions. So I think that's one. And if I add other pollutants like nitrogen and others, NOx levels, it goes to 70% of total this. So we have a huge responsibility to fix this. So that's the second piece which I wanted to say. The third challenge which we have is the greening of our supply chain. And we've already talked, and I think my colleagues on the panel, we all work together. For instance, we have steel as one of our very major ingredients. Now, steel accounts for almost 10% of all emissions. Steel, as he rightly said, cement is one, but steel is something which we use in all our products. So that's something which we need to work on. And very happy to say that we have been able to make some breakthrough when it comes to castings. We are the first, one of the first people in the world to make green castings out of India. Brakes India as our partner, so we have been able to do that. So that's another area which we are looking at. The next issue is that this problem of energy transition requires a lot of partnerships and collaboration. And I think, as some of the speakers have already said, it's not only the vehicle, it's also, we will make the vehicle available, the vehicle which runs on clean and green fuel, but it's also the issue is, how do we get the infrastructure for refueling, getting the new fuels, setting a demand for these vehicles. So all of this requires a complete collaboration. So it's not possible. And then I can tell you that earlier we were obsessed with the word competition. Today I think we will have to get obsessed with the word collaboration, because without collaboration you cannot move. We need to create that ecosystem, and that ecosystem approach is going to be very important. For instance, Daimler and Volvo, we are competitors, but we have formed a joint venture, 50-50 joint venture, in a company called Cellcentric to make fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cells, so that we can work together. So that's an example of how competitors will have to collaborate to be able to get their arms around this costly, complex, and chaotic challenge which this whole thing we will have to go through. The next point I want to make very, very quickly is that we will need all tools in the box, which means that it's not only decarbonization does not mean electric vehicles only. Electric vehicles is one part of the solution, but not the whole. So we will have to go for fuel cell electric, battery electric. We will have to go for non-fossil fuel IC engines. So you will have to use, depending on the segments, you will have to use all possibilities to be able to get your arms around this. So that's another challenge we have to work with. So you have to invest in multiple technologies. It's not one technology. So that's the biggest challenge the automotive industry is going through. It has to remain ahead of the game even today, invest in current technologies, but also invest in future technologies, future multiple technologies, not one. So I think that's a huge challenge where the finance plays a very, very important role. And then finally, is also not only fixing the decarbonization piece, it is also fixing the efficiency piece. For instance, the trucking industry, the efficiency of trucking industry of a truck is just 50%, which means 50% of the time, anywhere in the world, a truck is moving air. It is not moving cargo. It is wasting time. It is just simply moving air. We need to fix that problem to get efficiencies to 80, 90, 100% using technology, aggregation, optimization, all those techniques. So we have a number of challenges in front of us. But the good news is that, that I think we feel that we can get our arms around these challenges, and I think alliances like these can help understand each other's issues and challenges and find solutions through collaboration. For me, developing an ecosystem with transparency and trust is going to be the way forward. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Raju, so we've heard the automobile industry perspective. What about for you in the cement sector? What are, if you're trying to get to net zero, how do you do that? Where do you need the investment, and what are the challenges along the way?
Thanks. This is a bit detailed question. Let me try to break down the few part of this. So to decarbonize our industry, we are having the two part of that. The first, the efforts, what we are doing currently, which is ongoing, which is the coming back to the efficiencies, as Mr. Kamal also mentioned that, and Indian cement industry has achieved the best efficiency, thermal and electrical, so ongoing efforts are towards decarbonization. Second, the energy transitions. So energy transition towards the solar, wind, as well as the WHRS is going on very significantly, but there is a challenges are there because solar, we need the land. And so similarly, we need a more accelerated finance to see that how we can make it happen quickly. Then for third part, I say the product development, which is coming the new products. Here, I think regulations as well as the application limitations are affecting us to make the new products and new things, which is coming the regulation part of that. Second, I will say that circular economy, where the material deficiency or material availability is going to be one of the challenge for us in the ongoing initiatives. Then we look in the fuel, which is our almost 30% of our CO2 coming from the fuel. So alternative fuels availability and whole ecosystem towards that to build that happen to zero carbon or decarbonize our industries. So that's a part of the ongoing initiatives, what we are facing challenges. Now, as we all know that hard to abate because our 60%, 65% CO2 coming from our calcination process, which is the hard to abate, that's what we say that. And that is one of the area which we see that how to tackle that. So there he needs kind of a technology like a CCUS. And if I say that carbon capturing is significantly mature now, but question comes in that what you do after the capturing the CO2. Looking for storage policies and technology availability as well as utilization, which is not cost economical currently. So this is the area which we need to focus on that for the ongoing future investment point of view to make decarbonization. Then we talk about the regulations, because regulations, the state versus the center and things, this is also affecting the whole initiative, what we are looking for that one. And then I will say that technology, finance, and the regulations, this triangle will help us to accelerate our initiatives or our actions to decarbonize industry faster. I will also put the one point in this one here to bring that how this also can be accelerated, because currently we all talk about from the producer point of view. So how the producers or the manufacturer has to do the decarbonization that. I believe that this also can happen when the demand has been accelerated or demand has been created for the green product or the green initiatives, what we take it, because this will have some social impact, I will call, because the green product, as I think previous session we listened from last 3-4 days, all this premium and things. So who is going to pay that? So again, investment not only for the production or manufacturing side to increase or reduce the CO2, but again, to market and demand support also need to be looked into that, because that is going to be a key driver to industry to decarbonize as fast as possible. Then looking for the new technologies, I think a lot of R&Ds and a lot of the startups are available there, and they are really are looking for to the scaling of the technologies. So again, if we can have some investment for these startups where they can demonstrate the scale-up application for the industry, for the decarbonization, capturing, utilization, and oxy-fuel, we call our alternative calcinations. There's a number of technology they're talking about. This will also accelerate our whole process in the decarbonization industry. So challenge for us is that if you do everything what we say currently we are doing in this sprint, still we need about 200 to 250 kg per ton of cement need to be decarbonized by the CCUS. I think as per based knowledge what we have right now, talk to the number of people, carbon capturing can be the ultimate solution for the decarbonization. So that area we need to look into that, how this can be made much more attractive to invest and how to accelerate that whole process by scaling up the current technologies. That will be our take on this one.
Thank you very much. Mr. Prabodh, coming from the steel industry, one of the hardest to abate sectors, how do you compare and contrast your challenges and your need for investment? What are they and how, if at all, do they compare with the others?
Well, thank you very much for that question, but let me first have a reaction of the word you use, hardest to abate. We were listening that some sectors are hard to abate. And personally, I have objection to that. Reason is, psychologically, if we think something difficult, we keep that to address at the end.
Fair enough, yeah.
So I would urge everybody to stop calling any sector hard. That's why I'm reacting to this. I urge everybody to call this as a priority to abate. So that will give an urgency that these are the sectors we need to address in the beginning. Having said that, to address your question, I look at steel sector is rather a solutions to the climate change problem rather than problem itself. Of course, it emits emission and we need to abate those, and steel industry is seriously working towards that. So what is happening? And that will give me what are the challenges. Now we know that energy transition is happening. Renewable energy is a good thing, right? Good thing in terms of climate change, good thing in terms of investment and getting back the money. So it's happening. Now we need to use that to the full potential in the steel industry. So what is the challenge? Challenge is that how do I get it round the clock supply? And that's the challenge we are dealing. Second problem, second what's happening. Globally, if you see, in the steel making, we have two significant processes. We make first iron and then process it to steel. So we are trying to eliminate iron making. Directly go to steel making, which people call electric arc furnace, right? Put the scrap in. What is the challenge? Challenge specifically in Indian steel industry is the availability. Is the country's economy is growing now. So steel usually takes 40 years to come back as a scrap. So we are not yet there. So that's the reason we have a limitations in availability of scrap to depend on the circularity. So that becomes a challenge. Third thing, what's happening? Everybody in the steel industry, including Indian steel industry, is pioneering how we can increase efficiency. When I tell efficiency, it is not only restricted to energy efficiency, it's all kind of energy. That means how I can get more out of the same input. That's happening. But what is the challenge? Challenge is here again, the raw material availability is becoming a challenge. The technology, I think Raju sir has already spoken about, that is valid here on the steel industry. The technology itself is becoming a challenge. Now, we are thinking how we can make iron without using carbon as a reductant, because that's the culprit in emitting the emissions. So natural candidate is hydrogen. Now, if hydrogen is the natural candidate, why it's not happening the way it has to happen? Because that's where technical maturity is coming into play. Now, anything which has to be deployed at scale has to be commercially viable, besides being technically viable. And that's where we are now struggling. And there is another thing which is linked when we talk about hydrogen reductions. It's about a question about just transitions. Do we have all the competency needed for the new technologies? The other example, what we have faced that, When you produce green hydrogen, you require a lot of renewable energy. And therefore, a lot of land requirement. Just to give you statistics, if I want to produce 1 million ton of DRI, I require almost 8,000 acres of land to produce required solar energy to convert it to hydrogen. That will be required for the DRI. Now that becomes a limitation. What we faced in one of the factory where we are going for mass scale renewable energy, naturally you have land which is used for cultivation purpose, that's providing food. So there is a competing use for industrial need and the societal need. So we had to finally increase the height of the solar panels so that the farmers can have access to their land and produce the farm cultivation what they are doing. Still we can harness the solar energy. That increases the cost because that was never anticipated, right? So these are the challenges. The other thing I completely agree with my colleague Raju, that these sectors, specifically cement, steel, at the end we have to heavily depend on capturing the residual carbon and putting them somewhere to permanently store them. I'm not talking about utilization. Utilization will happen because it will be commercially viable, that's a value. What's going to be difficult is to find the right technology to ensure permanent storage or sequestration of carbon after the capturing. Capturing is not difficult. We are doing, we know how to do, right? The storage is going to be an important part. Now, that is where possibly the role of financing will come. The role of technology will come. Role of just transition in terms of making right competency, right manpower available to do all those changes is coming to play and role. Now, to address your last part of the questions that if these are the challenges, what are the role of the financing or how the finance can help? I sincerely believe 3 ways we need. One is the viability gap funding. Because we know a technology will get matured after a certain time and it will be a business as usual. We have seen in many sectors, we have seen in solar, we have seen in electronic industry, and we will see in this climate change mitigations processes, it's going to be business as usual. But the initial viability, that funding needed. That is where it is to make this feasible, demonstrate and give a confidence to the society that and other players that this is going to happen. That is one. Second is the transition financing, the way it should flow, specifically to countries like, India, where the economy is growing, but then access to transition financing is limited. It's not coming the way it should come. I'm not talking about the financing availability. As a large player in the country, I don't see any dearth of finance availability, but the transition financing, that's important. The third thing, specifically from the Indian context or the context of developing countries, is focus on R&D, putting money in R&D. That's very limited. Because if we do not do research and we do not develop the new technology available, we are not going to solve the problem so quickly. And everybody agrees the clock is ticking. So if the finance has a role, I would see these 3 are important role that finance has to play and a lot of money required to flow into the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So speaking of priority to abate sectors, Captain Prashant, you're here representing this shipping industry, which plays a major role in the global economy. What are your challenges as you're trying to get to net zero, trying to decarbonize, and where do you need the investment?
Right, but before I get started on the challenges, let's just start on a more optimistic note, right? I have over here Volvo, who is basically producing EV trucks that I need for my containers to be on and travel, right? So they are great on the decarb journey because we need that to decarbonize our value chain. We have Ultratech Cement over here. They help us make terminals. We own 80 terminals in 30 countries. They help us make sure that our jetties that are coming, that where we bring ships alongside, are a part, and then they are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And then we have JSW Steel here, right? And then they produce steel, which we can use then on our ships as green steel, but also on our containers to build green containers, and that is what. So I think over here we have customers, but also vice versa, that we have. I think some of these things which are very sort of, most of us in the room know, 90% of global trade happens via ship. And for us, in shipping, to still be able to decarbonize the value chain is now more important than ever before. I said before, we are leading this, and we are leading this simply because it is the right thing for us to do. It is a strategic imperative. It's more about making sure that, of course, we have a net zero 2040, but what's more important is that we have a near-term 2030. This is the decade of action. We are cutting across. We are building ships now, which are going to be running on green methanol. That's the fuel that we are using. It is a part of our Scope 1 commitment to kill the emissions out of the vessels, and thereby decarbonizing the Scope 1 aspect of it. Very soon after, the big elephant in the room is going to be Scope 3. And there, the panelists that I have alongside me are going to help me overcome that. Through the steel, through the cement, and through making sure that our trucks are EVs, right? And while I do this as Maersk, I don't think we can do that to decarbonize shipping. What is important for us is to bring in regulations. Regulation is a key enabler to bring a level playing field. The second key aspect is financing. And I think while we have financing, very well put by Prabodha here, we need to do the viability gap funding. We need to do the transition finance. And we need to make sure that the efforts that are being made here, and we've spoken enough about global.
Right. Well, thank you very much. So we're running a little bit behind. So in that case, I will welcome on the next panel. Thank you very much to all of you.
Can I make one point on this?
Go ahead.
Now, I will take this opportunity because all the financing agencies are here. I tell you, on behalf of the industry, I can say that if it's a sustainable finance, decarbonization is done. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think the message was clear that, I think it was Mr. Prabodha who put it, financing, technology, just transition. It's a consistent theme that you all are working on. Thank you very much for your time. And now, so we're not taking a break. We're bringing the next panel right on. You can go ahead. I'd like to welcome Ms. Rana Ghanem from UNIDO, the Chief of Energy Systems and Infrastructure. Ms. Isabel Chatterton from the International Finance Corporation, where she is the Director and Regional Head of Industry in the Asia-Pacific Infrastructure, and Dr. Soumya Joshi, who is the Roadmaps Lead at Lead It, and also the Head of Global Agendas, Climate and Systems at the Stockholm Environment Institute. Thanks very much to all of you for your time. So like we did with the previous panel, it'd be great if you can just briefly, in a sentence or two, tell us who you are, what your role is, and where your interest in industry decarbonization comes from. Thank you. So, Ms. Rana.
Sure. Well, thanks a lot for inviting me to be part of this discussion. I'm Rana Ghanem. As you introduced, I head the Energy Systems and Industrial Decarbonization Division at UNIDO. And I mean, there's a number of reasons why I'm interested in this topic. Primarily, industry is a sector where there's quite a lot of opportunities for economic growth. Coming from a developing country, this is really an area that I like to focus on and see how we could actually work with industries to make them aligned with climate goals and with the nature goals, which is the second passion of mine. And then the third is actually, I started my career as a very young woman, and I hope to say I'm still young. But essentially, I think also it's a sector where we really need to transition also to bring more young people and young women to really embrace this change. And so these really three areas spur my interest.
Thank you, Dr. Soumya.
Thanks. I'm Soumya Joshi, representing here two hats, so Leadership Group of Industry Transition, as well as I work at the Stockholm Environment Institute, which is a think tank bridging science and policy. So my interest in industry decarbonization is primarily how do we translate that science. I come from a technology background, so how do we take that technology but not treat it like a silver bullet? There's a lot more at stake here in terms of just transitions. And coming from the Global South myself, I really want to see a lot of the work we do taken to the Global South, which is where the real need is.
I'm Isabel Chatterton. I'm the director for IFC, Infrastructure Asia Pacific. That's South Asia, East Asia, and the Pacific, based in Singapore. I'm interested in this topic because for us to contain climate change and hopefully reverse climate change, we need to tackle the priority to abate sectors, as we just heard. Also because it's a huge investment opportunity. There's between 11 to 21 trillion dollars worth of investment from now until 2050. So it's really an incredible opportunity that is presented to all of us to act and act promptly.
Thank you. So staying with you, Ms. Isabel, the IFC, you have expertise and a leadership role in providing this kind of financing at scale. How can you help developing countries in this zero carbon transition? And what is the role of concessional financing in making that happen?
So IFC, as so many of you know, we are the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. Last year, we invested $43 billion in emerging markets across all sectors, including industry. Our role is threefold. We, of course, provide investments across all parts of the capital stack, equity, quasi-equity, short-term finance, long-term finance, etc. Second, we're able to support our governments and clients with pre-investment co-financing opportunities, advisory work, technical assistance, but also we can make sure that the expertise and knowledge flow from some parts of the world to other parts of the world. I think the separation between the global north and the global south is not something that we would like to see. So what exactly we could do to make sure that financing comes at scale? So as we all know, financing is actually going very much to the places where it's needed the least at this particular point in time. What we can do is we can help prepare projects that are going to attract the right investors at the right time through making sure that the projects are bankable and that they are climate friendly and making sure that they also constitute part of a just transition. We can also support governments, as clearly the gap in the financing needed is not only going to come from the private sector. There's also a couple of topics I wanted to mention. We can actually, in addition to supporting industrial companies, we have several examples that I would like to show today. We actually can work with the built environment. As some of you may know, in 2014, we started the Building Edge Certification Program. We are proud to have certified over 15 million worth of square meters globally, and we are actually adding building materials next year as part of the EDGE certification. I do think that energy efficiency is sometimes part of the ignored aspect of climate change. So in addition to investing in technology breakthroughs, in addition to supporting industries throughout the value chain and the circular economy, we can also invest in supporting technological breakthroughs and deep tech as well. Taking a step back, and this is the last point I'm going to make, Ben, we can support industries not only through the financing specifically of decarbonization of the industry itself, but we can also support ancillary services. We, of course, have supported a lot of companies with renewable energy investments to make sure that they power their manufacturing processes through green energy. So let me stop there. Overall, we believe that we are partners for the Global South, but very much making sure that the knowledge flows from the Global North to the Global South as well, and vice versa.
Thank you. So, Ms. Rana, you, coming from UNIDO, you must be familiar with a lot of these challenges that the industry panelists have talked about. What do you see as the early work that's needed to pave the way for financing that can deliver the kind of impact that they want to see?
One of the things that we hear the most, and we also believe is needed, is actually the harmonization of standards for the measurement of the embodied carbon across these products. And this is important not only for the climate, it's also important for the banks to make the business case. So we hear it from industry, we hear it also from financial institutions, we hear it across the board. But at the moment, there are a number of challenges actually when it comes to these standards. First and foremost, I mean, there are different pathways, obviously, for every country to reach that low carbon development goal. And so when we look at these standards, we need to keep that also into account and see, what is the pathway, what are the timelines, what are the technologies that will serve different countries with different priorities, with different resources. And then the other issue is also, what are the data sets that we are using to measure, or what are the data sets that we are using to verify that certain emission thresholds for these products are actually used. And then the third level of it is, what are the protocols that are used to actually report on these data. So three things, the threshold that is needed, and then underlying, the data that is used to verify, and obviously then the third is like, what are the protocols that are used? So we really need to create alignment around some of these issues. We work with, some initiatives as well as organizations. I see Responsible Steel here on creating that alignment, and we really see this as a very important, step now in the coming 2 years to reach more consensus around and help in making the business case and also the transparency for this data a lot more clear. The other is actually related to this, the demand. So where is the demand for these low carbon products? At the moment, the investments are not happening because there is no demand. So how do you create a more sustainable demand that gives the market actually a clear signal that what we need is low carbon material? And we heard it actually from both Maersk and Volvo on how they are creating commitments. So at UNIDO, what we are doing is working with governments on creating such commitments for public construction material, where they really commit to the procurement of low carbon steel, cement, and concrete, and that we hope then, we can actually provide that, strong signal to the market that this is what is needed and help in moving things along.
Thank you. And Dr. Soumya, so Lead It works with companies such as, like the ones we've heard from, to partner with countries, industry experts to drive down emissions. We've heard from the panelists before, but when you speak to your members, what are they telling you? What do they need?
Right, so just to give you perspective on who our members are, we have about 18 countries and 19 companies at the moment. A lot of the 18 companies include from the global south, like India, South Africa, Ethiopia, Argentina, and we hope to grow that. What we hear could be divided into three main categories, I would say. So we heard earlier about the cost of capital, and our members say, how could concessional finance bring down risk premiums? Exactly what you were saying. Another thing that our members ask about or are concerned about is when we talk about breakthrough technologies, how could we co-develop these? So the technology is not being developed in the north and then being leased to the south, but actual co-development. Lead It has organized pilots in the global south, when it comes to steel and cement. There's a greater demand for this to do them in these countries. And in terms of enabling policies, one of the clear demands or messages we get from our members is that it's not enough to put the finance there, but there needs to be a pipeline of projects and pilots, and what can these look like to direct that finance and make it effective. On the just transition aspect that you'd asked, this is very key because I think one of the speakers in the panel before spoke about business as usual. And when we talk about deploying some of these projects in countries like India, there is a clear scarcity of water, land, which needs to be considered, of reskilling people. So it's not business as usual, I would argue, if we want to address the just transition aspects.
Staying with you, I just wonder, can you help sort of bring this to life for us, maybe some examples, particularly focused on India, if you have them, given that we're here, of work that's happening that you think is interesting and worth highlighting, or it could be, frankly, work that's absolutely not happening and that needs to?
In terms of India, you mean?
Yes, I mean, that's seeing as we're here, but if you have an example, but it could be other projects that you think are working well or not working.
So one of the clear examples we have is of when we look at the entire value chain, let's say of steel and scrap metal that we had spoken about. We did a demonstration last year that showed how green steel, when it's made, looks at hydrogen, removal of carbon in the process, and how all the way down that value chain, the demand can be created. We work with Volvo that orders these trucks, and by doing these demonstration projects, taking people to the sites, we saw a clear case for that in India, where it was like, maybe the next time round we do such demonstrations here and look at the steel plants in India, the cement plants here, and look at what are some of the infrastructural challenges key to here, the grid being number one, the capacity to take in the renewable energy in that process. There's some very specific challenges, and you don't see them unless you work in the country. So this is something that was a key insight for us that we'd like to continue working with.
Yeah, well, I guess the fact of the matter is India is the largest country in the world now by population. Demand for steel, cement, automobiles, shipping is going to grow here faster than most other parts of the world. I think faster than any other parts of the world. And so the solutions have to be tested and found here, right? And a lot of the innovation has to happen here.
And co-developed, that's key.
Right. Yes. So, Ms. Isabel, I wanted to ask, you mentioned about technologies. And and we heard earlier that these technologies are frankly not commercially competitive. Could you tell us a bit about a path? I mean, maybe there's a specific technology you're excited about when it comes to greening these supply chains that you think can have a lot of impact and a lot of potential.
Yes, so we've been working with quite a few companies, by the way. Let me give you an example. Boston Metals is one of our clients. As you may know, Boston Metals, they actually utilize low-grade iron ore in electrochemical processes to eliminate CO2 emissions. So we are actually helping them pilot for the first time ever in Brazil an application of our technology to extract high-value metals from mine waste and mine residue. And what it's going to do is effectively replace the coal-powered blast furnaces that they have. We're working with Sococim, a cement company in Senegal. Senegal, it's actually the biggest cement manufacturer in the country, and we're working for them to introduce more fuel-efficient clinkers, for example. But also at the other end of technology, we have partnered with Microsoft. Microsoft and IFC, we have selected designated suppliers in the supply chain to adapt clean technology. And Microsoft has committed to helping reduce emissions by 50% by 2030 as part of the selection of those designated suppliers. So there's a wide range of technologies that we've been looking into. I think the point with technology is that while we are very keen to support the investments in deep tech and technological breakthroughs, we recognize that there are few tools out there to de-risk that technology. And that's where concessional financing comes into play. Globally, there's been an annual average of about $10 billion of concessional finance going annually since 2015. But about 88% of that blended finance is going to primarily renewable energy projects. It is needed, absolutely, but very little is actually going to industry. And that is the point that we're trying to make. I think there's a lot that can be done. Many industries are actually highly recyclable. You could actually optimize the implementation of a breakthrough in technology. So,
thank you. And Ms. Rana, I want to ask you, I think we heard at the beginning from Danny at CIF that heavy industry may become the largest source of emissions in the future. At current pace, can we avoid that, or is that, what do you think at the current rate of action?
I mean, I'd like to think we can. There's a group of, I mean, I think that at the moment the discussion here is super exciting in this room, across all of the other rooms. All I hear is like, really, how can we do it? We need the attention to the global south. What are the actions we are undertaking? There's a number of initiatives trying to look at how do we, harmonize and drive towards a common goal. So I think we have all the ingredients. We need to actually drive towards that. And, a couple of years ago, this was not the case. So industry was not, and I have to say thanks a lot to the efforts of Lead It, the Mission Possible Partnership, and others that really put that into the spotlight at the Climate Action Summit in 2019. And here we are now in 2023, and this subject is picking up a lot of momentum. Now, is it enough? I mean, I think in 4 years, we managed to bring it up, and now it's like, okay, we have 7 years to deliver, so we need to bring things to be coming in at a larger scale and also at a larger speed. I think that's what everyone says. But I think the uniqueness, and I coincidentally perhaps brought 3 institutions where we are also converging on 3 key areas where we see we need to bring also action on, and publishing those roadmaps, those investment plans, the MRV but also above all of these, the industrial policy that's going to help also inform in the future market labor policies as well. And then the second area where we also all are converging, and I heard it coming across, is developing a pipeline of projects. Okay, we can do it in, I think in the case of the CIF, it's being done under an investment plan nationwide, and that's great. And we need also a lever to look into how do we source these projects individually from across the globe, even from countries that might not be committed to such investment plans. And then the third area, I'm calling it technology cooperation, but I'm going to borrow the term that Soumya is using, which is technology co-development. And indeed, we really need to provide more of these frameworks for helping the technologies to be co-created, co-developed, adapted, because there's a lot of need for innovation, but let's keep in mind as well that innovation is relative, and especially when we're talking about the global south, there's a need as well for the adaptation of that. The key is how do we drive efforts there in terms of partnerships and funding, and also the expertise that everyone here brings in the room. And I'm hopeful now. We have again a climate ambition summit in September. We have the COP. We have a lot of global processes. The CEM and the G20 as well, that could help bring alignment on international cooperation offerings to really bring this sector closer to where it needs to be.
Great, thank you very much. So I guess the key takeaways that I'm hearing are the need for collaboration, harmonizing standards, of course, and creating frameworks, and overall, the kind of the human and social responsibilities that need to go into this, and of course, the need to include and to make sure that financing is flowing to the global south. So on that note, we'll wrap up this panel. Thank you very much to all of you, and to all of you as well who were on the first one. You can leave the stage, and we'll welcome on our closing speaker. Thank you. We'd like to get one picture of all our panelists after the closing. Now? Sorry, can we get all our panelists up here for a picture together? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So on that, I'll invite our final speaker up for closing remarks, Ms. Mariana Espesi, who joins us from the government of Brazil, where she's the Director of Energy at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. As I am part of the last part of the event, of course, I'm a little bit tired, but it is a pleasure to be here and to showcase how Brazil has been ambitious about its energy transition on the industry sector. So I would like to bring here some of the highlights that just to share our recent experience that we have by getting access to concessional funds, especially in a program that was delivered by the Climate Investment Fund in Brazil. And it was really, really positive for us to have this experience. Brazil is a developing country with an intriguing ecosystem for investments in the energy sector. And we do have in our country nowadays about 90% of our electricity mix already composed by renewable and clean sources of energy. And we are also glad to say that Brazil has almost 50% of our energy matrix composed by renewables. Although these numbers are quite interesting, we know that we have a lot to do. And this is the main goal that we want to achieve by developing our national policy for energy transition. We want to decarbonize hard-to-abate sector, basically the industrial sector and also the transport sector in Brazil. And for the industry sector, we have been discussing with the Ministry of Industry and Development of Brazil about the development of a new industrial policy for our country. And we have this new policy being oriented by missions, and one of them is totally focused on energy transition and decarbonization. We do see value on getting access on concessional finance because we do believe that there are still many opportunities that can be achieved actually by using concessional resources. Just one example, we have hydrogen as one of the key factors that is going to enhance this process. And we do have many things to do. Hydrogen market and industry is still dependent on many technological advances, on many risking that some investors will take, and that's why we believe in the value of concessional financing for reducing, de-risking the opportunities of investments in this new sector. We are also glad to announce that yesterday our minister declared our joining to the IDDI here. So we are quite motivated to be engaged on these discussions because we do believe in the value of getting access to be harmonized with the international commitments and standards that are going to are driving actually hard-to-abate sectors, cement, steel, and many others that still too dependent are too energy intense, and we should be looking for many other alternatives. Recently, earlier I was talking about the Climate Investment Fund and how Brazil has accomplished financing. And it is really nice to share with you that Brazil aims at developing some hydrogen hubs in the country, and the first one was achieved by this concessional that we will get access soon. And we expect by receiving $70 million from this fund to leverage our investments up to $8 billion. That's quite a huge leveraging. I think the biggest from history so far. So we are quite excited to share our experience with countries from the global south and how we can help them to also get the access to these resources. We do also believe that this result was only possible because we have been in very close cooperation with our partners in Brazil. And I'm not only talking about the partnership in terms of governmental level, I'm also talking about engaging very closely with private sector, bringing also the multilateral banks into this discussion and showcasing them why this is so important for our country. So we do believe that we are going to have new propositions to be made to CIF in the near future, especially because we want to address all these needs that are now being assigned in national policies that aims at delivering concrete results on energy transition for industry sector in Brazil. And we want to be a great experience to the world that we can help other countries to do the very same pathway. I would like also to highlight that next year we are going to be holding CEM and MI ministerial meetings in Foz do Iguaçu in September. So we want to showcase some of these results. So Brazil is more than keen to keep close cooperation and communication with all the members from IDDI so that we can understand which were the main bottlenecks, the main gaps, and how we can learn with all the lessons that you have already been addressing in these past years during the activities that you have been discussing here. With that, I would like to thank you, the organizers, for letting me showcasing some of these final words and say that we are keen to collaborate. We are really excited to be part of this process, and we do see value in many, many of the outcomes that CIF and the impacts that CIF has been proposing at these programs that they are every day launching and bringing climate change as the main feature that we should be tackling, and financing is fundamental for that. Thank you so much.